Kim Possible looking ass up right here. Ladies, isn't this the guy waiting for you outside in the restroom at the club? If you don't get your ghetto Teddy Chipotle bag looking ass right here. Was it seriously necessary to kill 2 honey badgers for today's episode? You men on fire, you don't have a hot chicken fan by your liar. You just battle rap because you can't get your tools right. I still you shine like La La Land and Moonlight. Why would you play with me? Who ain't gonna cut that? Don't with Spike Lee, but bitch, I'm from Chirac. The word is Karate movie. Karate movies, shit's on me, cause with this shit, I'm like Bruce Lee. More like Bruce Lee, walk through can't even kick. I use my clothes out to get quick, go ahead, bricks. Break my head, bricks. I can't get it. The kid, the G, man, hear what you say. Don't let me get crazy, just break your whole head. Just like I am. My life is fabulous, just like my brand. Think you in Brooklyn and you a scam. You need some I know swipers who scam. Swipers who scam? I can get that. If this real get here, everybody want it to do it for bridge. Everybody that chicks and chicks. But you don't want to get chicks.
Salute J Will.
I'm a beast and I eat meat. I'm a cannibal.
J Will in the motherfucker building.
There's old line, Nick's dog died and it made Nick cry. Made Nick cry. I don't know why. This white boy got up here and why nigga stop. Watch this pop lock.
No, I didn't see it, J Will. Was it some kind of horror movie? I'm guessing that's a new horror movie. All the horror movies are pretty much the same. When you think about it, they're all the same shit. All the horror movies are pretty much the same shit. Just different ways and different outcomes and same shit.
I got up to Scott. You got your houses or you got the rentals. Watching your houses like these instrumentals. These instrumentals, I know you were split up, but you pull up Malibu. I'll let you get up. It was an Malibu. You live in Beverly. Oh my God, my new crib so heaven. I'm having a time with a heel, but you know I'm 50. I keep it real YG. So I ain't gonna let you keep rapping. Cause I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep snapping. I'm gonna keep dropping. I'm gonna keep snapping.
Yeah, all horror movies are all the same, pretty much.
I'm glad to see you. You know my boys that came to me. I'm talking about green. So go ahead, what you do? I can hit bars, you know what I do. You look like the client that play with them shoes. Silver, but you can't act. I'm a real MC, that's why they call me rap. This is old school, old school. And you gotta take everybody, oh, we rep the West Coast. West Coast, yeah, you are cool. I need to live a brick like I was like you. You know that's true. I am a predator. This all live. Don't need no editor. I'm not allowed to do this for free though. I spent the trade up your net like a Vivo.
Waiting for a new Jason. I mean, AJ will do your thing, dog. I like the old stuff. I don't like all these new movies. I like old stuff. I don't like the reincarnated new movies. Like new Michael Myers and try to making a new Michael Myers movie or a new Freddy Krueger movie. I don't like that. I like I like the old stuff, the original. I only like the originals. Last Halloween was terrible. It shouldn't even been made. Yeah, I only watch the old stuff. I don't like all this new stuff. I like the original everything. Original Michael Myers, the original Freddy Krueger, whatever it is, the original, the older stuff that came out first. That's what's better to watch. All this shit, new shit coming out, shit lame. That's like me. I'd rather have a chick with no makeup than a chick with makeup. You know, but everybody, Jay will say true. A lot of people different. A lot of people want icing and a whole bunch of stuff thrown on top. The original stuff is just better. I mean, remakes can be good, but is it as good as the original? No. Like a chick without makeup will always be better than a chick with makeup. Like I'd rather watch Beethoven than a lot of shit now. I always say a chick in sweatpants, no makeup is the way to go. Cause if you still like her, it's all good. If a chick got sweatpants on, no makeup, and she can attract you, yeah, she a bad motherfucker. She a bad motherfucker. She can do all that, and she can attract you wearing appropriate clothes. Oh, yeah, she a bad motherfucker. Yeah, you better go ahead and pack her up or try to. Might as well try to pack her up. If she got like that.
Thought you should know. You been playing a while and out, but still boy cute, getting popping out of doubt. Skinny as legs, I'm on you right now. Do battle rap. This is my time. This is your time. Why don't you try what that Q stand for? It's quiet. I'ma keep rhyming. I'ma keep timing. I see your teeth. You got them diamonds. I'ma keep shining. You know we see. He's gonna rap for TDE. This is incredible. Unstoppable. Cause you know we gonna let you know and pick up the phone. Pick up the killer. Pick up the killer. Pick up the killer. It's getting fresh. You know we can slide. I'm fresh, you know they can stay hot to death. Stay hot to death. Why is that your breath? You feel my breath, your diamonds they shining, but how you brush your teeth when they full of diamonds? I keep you going, we use your size. It don't really matter because I'm how I ride. West Coast killer, making it happen. You know we get it. I'm like a rabbit. We know your fire, but she think you're crazy. What you gonna do while that thing Nucci, baby? You out of the way, it really been blocked. It just went gold, so I'm gonna go bold. Life needs a midweek win. Bogo Pizza Wednesdays at Schlotsky's Deli. Life needs slots. Terms apply. Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
Why do I care?
Working for United Healthcare, I care because I want to make a difference.
My members are me. They're my community.
I always want to be that support person for my members.
I'm just one piece of a larger puzzle, but every piece matters.
Working at United Healthcare, I've always wanted to see others succeed.
I care about helping people because it's what I was put on this earth to do.
Her tongue is tattooed. Don't let me have it. I'm way above average. Me and you, yeah. Think we both had it. Yeah, we both had it. I got a lot. I get tattoos and I'll never stop. You'll never stop. I'm doing the walk. We gonna go out here and make it pop lock. Make it pop lock. No, you can't stop me. Told you before, I'm a eat my whole body. Oh, Holly, that's my red yellow, and everybody know black and yellow. Black and yellow, I make that in dirt. Got so many tats that look like a shirt. Studio session. We in the studio, keeping it ghetto. You know that all my beats, yeah, they incredible. You be on one because all your beats, you do them for fun. We keep them hot, Swizz on the track. What brought it yet? Where are they at? Big Cannon, I leave our bodies in the house. Came back that man, don't put them in your mouth. Came back, man, and we do it downtown. Do it, I can only say, put it in your mouth. I'm speaking Korean cause I won't vomit. You won't go slow. I might go slow cause I got a black belt in Taekwondo. Taekwondo, 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 Taekwondo. Taekwondo, we not gonna go there because you know you need to go cut your head. That's it. I'm here with a whole bunch of scissors. Come on my block, see a whole bunch of inches. Whole bunch of inches, but we can do that. But I'ma go back for snap. You don't hear me? Oh my God, you showing up, really? Choking, I feel it. I pick up a skillet. Hit you and hit you and hit you and hit it. Get all the boogies and you tell them I did it. Top niggas did it in fire. You didn't get quiet. I thought you were tired. Heard you on the radio crying and crying. You wish, man, I didn't get back. I quit. You said you quit. I don't want to go fast. You need to put on this damn ski mask. You say you a boss when you a liar. You let the white people tell me that I was fired. How the white people tell me I ain't got no job. What the black dude was the one that put me on. Put you on, and we gonna keep going to the break of dawn. To my man where it's born. Don't leave me hanging. You know what I'm saying? Okay, Nick, I see that you wildin'. We'll call it even. Just give me 20 out. Hey, you 20 out? Yo, that's so easy. I got that in my pocket. You got it, my DV. They did my show. You know my cat. So what they talking about? You got your job back. Can you show me some lines? Don't show me some women, please. I know I'm talking about the real, but can you show me some women? You want to know about the ladies that get back to that 80s, everything that you do up? I make it sway. I won't go crazy when it ugly chopper. I got my baby mama over there for coming. We gon' keep talking. We gon' keep going. Freestyle this, as you know, we gon' go. Cause I don't want pivot, and I'm gonna get you different. But you know they be from change the subject to health and wellness to my baby mamas. You got president that wellness too. Like, you right, you call this health and wellness. Preach, young man, preach. That's what I'm talking about. But who won? Yo, Nick, you stay on topic, so I gotta give it to the old school. We got a lot more so she blew right on my dice. She blew right on my dice, so I don't care about that. You be waiting on balls like you playing roulette. Playing roulette, I don't play that much. I hit you in the bathroom, bro. That's a straight bluff. Oh, that's a straight bluff. I don't care about that. White people don't take it, so they don't get blackjack. Blackjack, man, I hit it 21 times. We fucked up the room and used your card to pay the fine. Ain't no money on that. Nick don't pay us. The topic is condiments. We're meeting up. I got the right setup. If you're running late, you better catch up.
I better catch up. I am not selfish. Show me your weed. I squirt out this relish.
Squirt out this relish. I brought out my halo. I am no angel. I'll shoot at that mayo.
Shoot out that mayo. Boy, I am flustered. Open your mouth and catch this mustard.
Catch this mustard. When I get hungry, I go get a glizzy. Go get a glizzy? I don't like those because those are hot dogs that go up your hole. Fill up your hole, but I put in pain. Ain't take a cab, we was hopping a train. Hopping the train, your word is born. So come on, son, I said word is born. You said it's born, but I look so charming. I'm from New York and we don't say good morning. Don't say good morning to she from New York. Better bet we gon' throw it up like before. Throw it like a fork. I said whatever. When I get hungry, I go to the bodega. Go to the bodega. She's so tough. I don't know this thing. Yo, straight up the pig. Straight up the pig. So you go take a look at my tits. I don't know the bitch, but I know no nipples. You feel the weight? Why can't it fight me? So crazy. Who won, man? I gotta get up to the new school. Make some noise for the new school, y'all. Your girl asked me out. I said, what? Okay, what? Okay. Ain't that stupid? Me in the car like, payback music. Payback music. That's what I do. Mama, she liked me and she said true. Yeah, you heard what I said. She offered me and I was like, yeah. I'm not with all that. I'm like, where my dogs at? My dogs at? It's a shame. I pull out the Glock and go, what's the saying? You are a loser. You hang with Jeans. Does he not? She is a cougar. She is a cougar. That's just a rumor. Look at your pick. Timon and Puma. Stages in dog years. Stages in dog years. They propaganda. What the hell? Kung Fu Panda. Of course, last night I was with Nick and he talked like a horse. They got the power and everything. They got the killer and it's all the straw. I look like Mario, hopping like parts. Your mother came over and worked on my parts. Hey, when I pull up, and you know I'm with no pressure. Pull a lot of in a brand new Tesla. Look at dress up. All right, they hear me. I had your girl twisted with my power sphere. That's okay, player. I know you see. I mess with Rook with it. Wouldn't give you no. Yeah. All right, that's facts. I had your girl spitting exhaust out her ass. It was still cheap. I had it for it. Everybody know that he be ballin', yeah, I be ballin'. I make some money, catch me on 12th Street, where it be sunny, hot in the day, and everybody holler, know how to shake, we don't shake, Rim don't go, cause he can't go, he don't have to rap low, we gon' keep it back slow, we gon' go off the top, like the trap low, if you ain't gon' rap, we know we gon' top, shout out to Harlem, one time, we gon' kill it. I gotta get into the new school. Make some noise for the new school, y'all. We got that one. Jim Jones had a bill at the
I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now. Anything else? Canvas, process invoices. Cancel Castro, like category. Done.
What if one bottle could replace your shaker, water bottle, and gym bottle?
This is my Arctic bottle and it goes everywhere with me.
It is ceramic.
Okay, should I get this or this? Gemini, you know? Which of these noise-canceling headphones has long battery life? This looks good.
He's got major RBF.
What's happening?
Resting big face. Get that when you bank at RBFCU. Free checking, great loan rates, and MasterCard credit cards.
RBFCU, better banking for your finances and your face.
Sunrise, open my eyes and there's a me. It's hard to see this stars without you. Real talk to never wanna walk without you by my side. Hey,
Hello, come on. It's ready. Gotta eat up. You're gonna be safe for me this weekend, right?
yes, Dad, I'll be fine.
And you remember all the rules?
Yep, no guys, no guests, no ganja.
Ganja?
We got it, Lindsay.
Well, when I was your age, we just called it pot.
So you did it at my age. Is that permission?
No ganja.
Are you all packed for your trip?
I think so. Make sure I got everything. What the? Where in the hell did you get this?
Cousin Chris got it from school, so I took it from his bedroom last time I was in Utah.
Well, you do realize that it doesn't exactly work the same way once you already have a kid.
I don't care. I just don't want another sibling.
Oh, do you honestly think you're gonna go on this weekend?
Sex. Lots of sex.
You know, adult friends can go out for a weekend and still just be friends.
Right. Especially when they're all single, in the middle of nowhere with no cell reception. And I'm assuming it's a bar.
Just BYLD.
That's okay.
I need you to be safe for me this weekend, okay?
Dad, I can manage myself.
Yes, I know you're 16 and I trust you. But nobody else. And even if you can manage, just
I'm gonna say this: if you want to get laid, smoke or drink with a female. Smoke or drink with a female, you'll get laid. A lot of girls smashed. We started drinking. Then we got, freaky. So, drink or smoke with a female, get out of your way.
I just need you to be safe for me this weekend, little Ginter.
Dad. I'm fine. Okay, just have fun. I'll follow your rules. And I'll see you on Monday.
I better get going. If I stay any longer, might as well just stay the night, go in the morning. I'm kidding. Honestly, I hope you have a fun weekend too.
Yeah, if you count Broad City reruns and pistachio ice cream as a fun weekend.
Absolutely. Oh, shit.
What the fuck?
Have you heard from Amanda's family at all? We barely ever talk, Jillian. I haven't heard from Ron at all. Call me Mom. Maybe he's already on his way to the boneyard.
Samantha, inappropriate.
Because you just can't trust me, Mom. When are you gonna learn that I am smart and mature enough to be trusted? I do nothing the other girls do at my school, you know that?
Even make him trip.
Things are good. I'm not doing drugs. I'm not drinking booze. I'm not blowing every guy on the register like Lexi Palmer.
I don't need to hear that. Her mom is in the PTA.
Damn.
I am trusting you, okay? I know you don't do drugs. I know you don't drink. And I know you're not blowing all the roads. Yes, facts. I trust you're gonna be safe this weekend. I just need to hear it from you. Mom, I promise you I'll be safe this weekend.
Does she even?
I have a ride there and a ride back with drivers who will be sober. I did a good job with you, right? I think I did a good job. Come on, you did fine. I'm not dead or pregnant, and that's like the two main boxes of parenting. So,
Does she make it
know
on drip?
that if you can do it, then I shouldn't finish that sentence. But hey, again, in the OP, not dead or pregnant. Exactly. Don't you say what you need tonight? Shannon O'Neill. She's new in town from Australia. You don't know what I think? Australia. Yeah, her family moved here because of all the drop airs. Right. Well, I'll meet her mother when I get back. But Mom,
She might not come back.
As long as she's not pregnant.
She might not even come back.
Bringing me like two. Can't let you get off me, see. Pushing you off the sill. Oh, God.
You want to get laid? Smoke or drink with a female. Guaranteed to get laid, bro.
Don't know. Self-evident.
By the way,
You know, sometimes I feel like it's a little piece of pie. I'm gonna take one bite and throw the rest away. No pie for you. And then other people, they'll just eat the entire pie for themselves.
smoke or drink with a female? It's whatever. God damn. Smoke or drink with a female? Oh my God. She will go crazy. Smoke drink with a female? She'll go crazy. Suck your shit, fuck your shit. Man. They loosen up a lot when they drinking and smoking. Females get real loose.
I know what you want, not getting the slice, you're not getting my paradise. I know what you want, not getting the slice, you're not getting my sugar and spice.
hello? Mom?
Dr. Mars 2.0, huh?
Serious?
There's somebody in that motherfucker.
Someone there? Is anyone there?
I would crush these damn movies. My feels is too good.
Just. Lexi, hi, I need you to do me a favor. You live close to Amanda Knight, right? I need you to go there. See, please. Please.
You like friends with her?
See, just please go over there. She could be hurt.
I heard that was murder.
No, please. Fuck the Christian. No. Yes. 3, 2, 1.
Better forget about that damn phone. This is stupid.
So come out now and make it easier on everyone.
He got a fucking axe. What's Mike gonna do? Oh my God, move! Ooh, oh my god.
Midway USA has just about everything for hunting.
I'm smarter than them dumbass. Damn.
When you list on apartments.com, renters will start coming out of the woodwork.
Does it have a dishwasher? Leah's working hard, growing. Pampers is working hard, keeping him dry. Only Pampers Swathers has a keep dry liner to keep his skin drier. Pampers, the #1 brand for sleep. Now fragrance free. What are the benchmarks?
Smooth, creamy, rich.
Sounds like my ex-husband.
Are there any synergies? Wholesome, strawberry.
That's synergistic.
Only at Dunkin'.
I'm proud to work for United Healthcare because you get to help people in your area, okay? I know how much I love my family. I know that person on the other end of the phone call has that same feeling that I have. They know on the other end of that phone, I honestly care. My infamous line when I hang up is, save my number, call me, and I'm more than happy to help. My name is Janice, and I'm committed to care.
Oh, fuck.
Screaming dying. You're gonna sit and listen. You got that? Do you get who's in charge right now?
Oh.
This. What is this? Who the fuck are you?
Sorry.
Are you seriously asking me to do this again?
You bitch. You seriously think you can scare me? You're gonna put on this big show. I got damn it. You're not Get it. You're fucking nuts. Don't know anything about your friend. Just hear around.
You better start telling the truth or it's gonna get a lot worse around here.
Just try me. You seriously think I can't take what a 16-year-old can dish?
I already know you have.
I serve. I survived worse than you can imagine.
You're military.
Serve and protect. I'm a cop, darling.
Okay. You're not going anywhere. I'm going upstairs, and I will call
The police? It's a bit of a step backwards from car batteries, don't you think? You know, when they train for interrogation. Fuck!
Do not scream in here, for Christ's sake. So you're a cop, yeah? Bad idea to tell me, you pig piece of shit. For Christ's sake. Listen, this can be very easy. Very, very easy. As long as you follow some simple directions from me. Got it? Before you think that anything is working in your favor tonight, one call to the police is all this will take.
You're in over your head. It really doesn't matter if you trust me about being a cop or not. At this point, it's your best interest to release me. You can walk away and live your normal life. So I'll make sure that nothing happens to you at the end of this, okay? You're 16. Do you really want to spend the rest of your life in prison for killing a cop, no less? Suggest release me.
Sure you want to be here with me? Yeah, I'm sure. What's wrong? It's nothing. What was that on the phone? It's just Lexi again. Lexi. She's such a bitch. She's complete. Sammy, stop. That's your friend. I can handle my problems by myself. You don't need to try to be something you're not. Yeah, but no buts. I'm here for you. Not to make you hate your friend.
Suggest let me out.
No. You're actually a cop. You piece of shit. All right. Lester Holbrook. Officer Lester Holbrook. You're so stupid.
What do you know?
Who breaks into 2 homes in one night, kills one person, tries to kill another, and carries their police MMT badge with them. You have to be an idiot for that. But now's not the time to talk about it. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. Piss me off once, and it's over.
No.
I'm not asking. I'm needing.
Manta. The lazy ass name. Now Armenia? That's exotic. That's hot. Imagine you're feeling hot. Just horny as shit. This smoke show, this real sweet piece, starts to show you some interest. A guy like me? Oh, yeah. So you start talking and talking. Then you send some more dirty shit. And the dirty shit starts to get real. Requests are being made. They're being followed. All is well. And then come the extra requests. You need money for this, drugs for that. Who cares? this time for my benefit. So I told her all of this can happen. If we're getting real like that, oh, we're getting real all around. Yeah, want some action. And then some hen from the hen house comes around and stops Mama Hen from catering the cock. And shit's not so smooth in our arrangement. So she tells me she lies to me about her age, that she's a teenager. That she's going to out me to the police if I talk to her again. Well, why should I believe her now? I've seen too many cases like this. I know how this whole ordeal ends. It ends with somebody's life getting ruined, and it was not going to be the officer of the law. I've done more in my career than she was ever going to accomplish.
She was an artist.
You fucking girls. I only have one regret. I only could have killed her little type girlfriend first.
Another invite? Why is everyone getting married at the same time? What about the ranch themed bachelorette party? Gemini? In Chrome? Which of these weekends works best with my
This is
calendar?
intense.
Perfect. I could totally get married on a horse.
I put myself in a bear to keep from snacking.
You should try wonderful pistachios. They're tasty and healthy.
That, honey?
Yep.
Summer's here, and right now get 0% financing for
With that comes a
Open your ears, please. And listen. Listen. There is a very limited chance that you're going to make it out of here. You don't know what you walked into. I hope it was worth it, you piece of shit. You think you walked into the hen house. Okay. Do you feel like the fox? We have a long night ahead of us. And you can bet your pedal dick that you'll find yourself right. You should have killed me first. Now we can tell the odds and go cluck. Little chicken shit. Cheers. Hey, no excitement. This is our first time being able to do this. Your dad and my mom will be back till tomorrow.
It's not that. I was just hoping it would be us two. You know, we didn't have to get stoned, and I really don't need this cooler.
Come on. It's summer. Go big or go home.
Samantha, I've already told you you don't need to try so hard for me.
Think this is just me.
Your friends aren't here. You can let your guard down.
So the first thing I wanted to say was sorry about the leg.
Just like
You're lucky it was even a leg. That said, I'm not as heartless as some. I'm gonna go ahead and clean it for you. Look, see? Not even sure. Relax. You just have to keep the new fish from the
hey. Oh, Jesus Christ, kid!
I'm not a kid. I'm 16. Just for that. Relax. It's sanitary. Oh shit. Right. Pizza. Don't you make a sound.
Hey, so that's 2 large Hawaiian comes to $24.85. Wait, don't I know you?
Yeah. You went to my school. A couple grades older.
Yeah, nice. Go Highlanders. So, you're not at that party on Frencher tonight?
No, it was kind of a shit show. So I got a thing of my own.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, I heard some sounds. Thought you might be having a party. Oh, stretch. Yeah. Oh. You know, I get off in a couple of hours. Could grab some stuff, come by later for the party, you know? Can bring my unique blend of grass-fed, hormone-free, certified organic Blairness. It's my unique brand of super awesome. Like the Blair Witch Project. It's not a brand. Nope. I could be this party's fresh of breath Blair. I mean, breath of fresh Blair. My name's Blair, by the way. I didn't catch your name.
You must have only said it once.
Still got
Good news. You get a beef break. I just had 2 pizzas delivered, and since you killed my date, I have to eat them alone. I'm really starting to hate your restlessness. What are we going to do? Got it. I don't want my pizza to get cold, so we'll make this quick.
careful, they'll just eat the entire pot for themselves without leaving it.
Damn, bro. I'd rather be dead if you torture like that.
You have a choice to make. I can call the police, and your entire life can be ruined.
What
Nothing
else?
else. That's it.
That won't work the way you think. You have no evidence. Also, by definition, that's not a choice.
I have evidence. I have you.
You have a cop in a hostage scenario. That's it. This is just going to make life worse for you and your parents.
Parent.
I bring it back to your best choice being letting me out.
No. No, that would be the biggest mistake. You're right. I have a cop in a hostage situation. And at this point, I've already committed to anything that could get me into serious trouble. This doesn't leave any other option. I'm all in. So, here's the thing. Tonight was supposed to be kind of a first time type of thing for me. And, well, I figure since you took away one first time from me tonight, you can pay me back in another. So that's why. Shit. Shit. Shit.
Hi, Angel. How's the night going?
Going well. Boring. What's going on? Are you okay? I thought that there was no reception.
There isn't. I'm not up there yet. I haven't heard from Ron still. Maybe I should go over there.
How far are you?
At least halfway.
No, way too far to backtrack. Just keep going or find a hotel. I don't want you to be unsafe.
Okay, my angel. I'll try making it there. Love you.
Love you too.
Hold on. You were supposed to be at a movie.
No, quiet me, Samantha.
I already came back from the movies. It wasn't long.
Sorry. Being a mom. Have a good night.
You're so ugly. You're a fucking monster. You don't deserve me. You don't deserve happiness.
crisp Mexican lager, look for the yellow can. Choose yellow. Choose Pacific.
Ask for Fidelio Quattro and make your dog a Quattro dog.
Northern Tool and Equipment. Get serious.
So why do you care? I care because of my family. I bring them with me to work every day.
I can't.
I know what you're thinking. 16-year-old girl, down on her knees for me. One more and I got a turkey.
What are you doing? Hey, what are you doing?
None of this will be made any easier with my warning. Now we had a little interference on the way, but I took care of that. So now we have all night. Don't worry. It'll be pointless trying to kill you. At least not until I've had my fun.
Jesus! Have you thought this before? You go digging in people's eyes? Fucking crazy bitch!
You're right. You're right. Apparently I'm just jumping into this thing. One second.
Michael Myers ran Michael Myers.
Swallow. Swallow. I already told you. None of this will be made easier by your whining. That was your only chance at any sort of pain reduction.
Phones. People hear me scream.
Around here, they're not drunk and tucked down. They're already passed out on my sleeping pill. I'm not concerned.
I'd rather be dead than experience this. Bro. So Michael Myers ran into Michael Myers. God damn.
No, you're not, Sammy. You are not ugly. You're absolutely beautiful. You're just being nice. No, I'm not. I know how other people want to see you. I know that with school starting next week, this probably won't be a thing anymore.
Damn, why is you going to this girl's house, man?
I mean, you're gonna go back to hanging out with Lexi and everyone else. I'll be back to hanging in the library at lunch. It's just how it's gonna be. I know you care about me, but I know it's most important right now. I don't want anything to stop. None of it. What are you saying? Labor Day weekend. Our parents are going on their high school reunion. I'm so yeah, they are. But what if we planned a visit to my place? What do you have in mind? Whatever we can think of when the story starts. Sounds great. Holy shit! What the fuck do you think this is? You don't have this shit figured out looking at a fucking idiot!
Get out of your goddamn mind, kid.
Don't call me kid!
You can joint.
Yes, I can. I'm better than any of my friends.
And your friends can't roll a joint.
Fuck you. What are you, the weed police?
Kind of.
Go shoot a black kid, you pig.
It's quite a tongue on you.
What would you like to know? I roll better joints than any of my friends. So, whatever.
Don't do that.
Don't do what?
You're doing that thing that kids your age do.
What did I say about calling me kid?
Fine. A mature young woman with homework and a bedtime. You can't just take a percentage of the people that you know and use that as a basis of fact. It's like saying you're the best driver you know. Everyone's the best driver they know, according to themselves. The truth is, everyone sucks at it.
Slow down, Professor. When did the playground pervert become so nuanced?
Nuance nothing. You're 16. You're still living. Just look at the situation we're in right now. Here's the thing. It's something you haven't considered. Do you have a plan?
What do you mean?
A plan? It's the type of thing that happens when someone has two brain cells to rub together before creating a hostage scenario.
Excuse me, you killed Amanda, not me.
And that doesn't change anything about this. All anybody needs to see is that I'm tied up. I have wounds all over. And, yeah. I'm missing a fucking eye. That's all anybody needs. What I did, it'll be punished eventually. Doesn't mean you're going to get away with any of this. Oh, you can bat your eyes. And you can play the jailbait card all you want. And you'll still be the girl, tortured a cop. And that's all they'll need to make an example out of you. It would fall apart so easily. Just look at what you're losing. Just talking to me.
Because you're not letting me smoke it. You just keep talking my ear off like you think I give a shit. Well, guess what? I don't. I don't give a shit, so shut up.
This is clearly not affecting you. Look, if you just take a moment and listen to me, I can tell.
Shut the hell up. You don't know anything. If you think you're so fucking smart. You know what? This isn't working for me. I think you need something a little less talkative and a little more creative. So I can't keep being here with you, so I need a failsafe. Hang tight. It's just far enough from the stool that if you try to jump, you'll end up hanging yourself. So I don't want to hear you. It'll be hard anyway. Honestly, this whole ordeal is just starting to bore me.
Oh, damn, bro.
You are not ugly. You are beautiful.
I'll fuck you right now. You crazy.
Beauty. You deserve happiness. You are not ugly. You are beautiful.
You right. You crazy and a killer. You bad as fuck though.
You deserve happiness.
Ugh. No, you ain't kill nobody, but you crazy. But I'll fuck with you.
Amanda. Sorry. I couldn't hear you. Yeah, I know you couldn't. It'd be great for you to listen to your music that loudly all the time. Well, what am I supposed to do? Don't want to hear my dad on the States all the time. He's dating again. You know, it's okay to cry in front of me. Seriously. I know it can't be easy for you, and it's not something that I could ever understand. And I get that. Yeah. It's okay. Let it out. Also, something else. I think a change in tone might help. Every time you're feeling depressed, you're always listening to this really angry sort of stuff. It's metal, so. Yeah. In any case, Maybe try something a little smoother, something lower key. There's this band I heard recently. Give me that. I thought you might like them. It's not more calm. Right? Yes. Great. So you have to shut the fuck up. It's like 3 in the morning. And why? I'm just kidding. Why are you at home? Because I have to use your bathroom. See, I can't let you in right now. Let me in. Unless you want me to die of. Let me in. Okay, fine. Come on. You. I like calling you more. Well, that bitch sucked my. You.
Twisted Tea Extreme. Now harder. Polarized and one.
She got the children friend. What the fuck?
A fresh start calls for better sound, sharper picture, and smarter tech. At NFM, discover the latest electronics. Shop TVs, soundbars, computers, gaming equipment, and more, all in stock and ready to go. Find endless options and great prices. At NFM.
I'll be home in about 10 minutes. Make it 8.
Mom, it's really fun, I promise. That's how you voice
Summer's here, and right now get 0% financing for 5 years on all. Razor, introducing the new Gillette.
I'll slit your goddamn throat. Want you to bleed out for fun? I told you. So let me go, dumb shit. I'm a cop. You seriously think I don't know how to get out of restraints? You think about putting my hand? I'll kill you. Whatever you got upstairs. Now, this is what we're gonna do. You are gonna get me out of here safely. We are gonna go upstairs. Now I'm gonna leave. Unless I change my mind. Between now and then, you get to live. I need you to nod. So I know you understand me. Can you do that? Please? That's good. It's real good. I want you to raise your hands. Did I stutter? That's a good girl. Okay. Let's go. There.
Okay. Let's get you over to the couch. I met the cutest guy at the party. There he put like cute. You get 5 seconds to tell me what the hell you're doing in my backyard at this hour.
Well, I met Lexi earlier tonight. She sits here.
What? You don't seem drunk or anything.
Well, now, I don't drink and drive. I went directly to the party after work. Oh, the guy here earlier, is he still around?
No. No, he isn't. And but why are you even asking that?
Guess it's out of line. I don't know. May I come inside?
Now's not really a good time.
Oh, maybe I can just wait inside until Lexi's ready.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while yet.
No. Well, it's just that I said I would drive her home.
Come on in. Just sit right there. The moment that you think you can take her home, please do. Promise me that you're actually taking her home.
Oh, no, don't worry. I'll take her right home.
I have other things to take care of at the moment, so.
Understood.
I don't think you're a rapist. Get out. Get her out. Both of you go. Out now. Take Lexi too.
I gotta open my car door and then go to the back seat. It's fine.
And he gets killed.
Please leave me alone.
Shut your face, you insult. You killed him. You killed the only one that ever got me. The love of my fucking life. She was just a kid. You sick piece of shit.
You get it. I was trapped. There was no other choice. Ruined me. She would have ruined me. I killed I knew someone who was trapped. I made a bad choice.
Not the victim here, asshole. She was 16 years old. And you took her from me. And you won't meet her when you're gone. I'll leave. I'll leave right now. And I won't tell anyone anything. I'll tell everyone. I know you, Lexi. I know how you work. You made her life a living hell.
Just leave me alone.
You were the worst to her.
I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to at all.
Yeah? Then tell me, who are we even talking about? That's what I thought.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways for 8 hours a week. Advil, that's real strength.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Lawfit.
When the sun comes out, so should your skin. European Wax Center. Smooth, done right.
Got Cam in the building.
Different recipes, different stories, same song.
She fighting tough. I'm impressed.
So weird. I know you, and something here won't work. You can't see things through. We've missed something. Seriously, stop. Don't tell anyone anything.
Why would you have your phone turned on? Like, bitch.
I'm in my bedroom, Mom. It's like 5 a.m. So, you think you got away with it? I know you went to a party tonight. You told me straight to my face that you were going to the movie and that I could trust you. Hey, what are you smiling at? I'm not messing around. I also know that you were smoking pot. I told you can't do this until you're older. I'm sorry, but at this moment, it's too late. I love you and I don't want to disappoint you, but can we please just talk about this tomorrow? Okay, we'll talk tomorrow. Have a good night, Sammy. I love you. Oh, wait, Mom? I love you too. And if there's anything that you want to talk to me about, you can. Well, thanks, hon. That means more than you think. Honestly, I'm a little bit worried right now. I haven't heard from Ron all night. Sure, he's fine. Yeah, probably. Is there something going on between you and Ron? No, nothing more than single friends helping each other not be single. And that means whatever you said it means. I love you, Samantha. Have a good sleep. To my love, Amanda, there is only so much in this world that I can offer you, now that you're not a part of it. But I hope I offer you the solace to know that your memory has remained vindicated. I don't know how you got into the situation you were in with Les, or why you chose to never tell me about it. I just need to let you know, no matter the reason, tonight you were done right. And that's something. Yeah, school had the memorial today. Thank you, Mom. It's all just so new. I'm just really missing her. No one knows. She was at a party that night. Mom, I told you I wasn't there. I told you, Mom, I was just trying to make it seem like I was there. Yes, it matters if people think I was there. Oh, Mom, you don't get it. I'm sorry for that. Oh, I didn't really know his daughter that well. Probably wouldn't be too big for me to come, honestly. Yeah, I'm happy I'm alive too.
try to have a good day at work. I'm here for you when you get home. Love you, Mom. Blair.
Are your parents home?
No.
Close the door. Close the door!
What are you here for?
I didn't go to Lexi's memorial today, you know? All that anyone's ever said since last week was that I definitely killed her.
Why would anyone think that?
Because, Samantha, I was the last one with her. Except, wasn't. Was I?
Yeah. Like some asshole, you left the moment you knew you weren't getting laid that night, and you left the drunk girl by herself.
Nice way to pass the buck. Yeah, I told you I was going to drive her home. Had nothing to do with sex.
Please, then why did you leave?
Because you're making it so clear for me to leave. That's why.
I said both of you.
Sorry, I was scared shitless and I ran. None of this matters. What happened after I left?
She was already gone before I got back.
Bullshit. I delivered a pizza here earlier and I heard screams. I figured it was just some kinky shit. And then later on, it was clearly something else. What happened?
Don't yell in this house. Doesn't matter what happened after I was gone.
There's a lot of people who cared about her who disagree. And I'm not taking the fall for something I didn't do.
3 people died that night, you know.
And that changes nothing.
This whole last week, everybody has been talking about Lexi dying. Talking about how great of a person she was. How nice she was to everyone. It's a crock of shit. She was a bully. Samantha's a bully. She died at 16 years old, so anything else that someone could have been known for. Lexi couldn't have achieved any of it. 3 other people died that night. Amanda, her dad, and Lexi. So tell me, why is no one talking about them? Because they were both murdered in cold blood. But no one had a vigil. No one had paintings of them put up all over the fucking walls. No one had a word to say about them. And yet you come over here and berate me because someone you left has passed. And you, along with everyone else, is just going to pretend that because she's dead means she was a good person. You said a lot of people cared about her. And I'm sure you're right. That's exactly the problem. Because meanwhile, Amanda was there. And she was kind and thoughtful and artistic. And she was someone who deserves every bit of memoriam that Lexi is getting. Instead, she just got bullied relentlessly. Called a loser. Called a piece of shit by Lexi and everyone else. And somehow having the strength to show back up to school every day. So frankly, I don't give 2 shits about what punishment you endure. Amanda endured worse.
Dunkin's $6 meal deal. 2 delicious wake-up wraps and a medium iced or hot coffee for $6. PetSmart Charities and Hill Science Center invite you to join us for National Adoption Week. PetSmart, anything for pets.
These are the faces men make before they shave their bodies with a face razor. So this is what we made. Introducing the new Gillette Labs Body Razor, our safest body.
Hey, Mansfield homeowners, it's Mark Branson, your realtor, Mr. Mansfield, Texas. And a lot of my clients are asking, is it actually even a good
You said 3 people died. Then you said 3 other people. Who else did you kill? It'll be easier if you just tell me. I'll be going to the police regardless.
This is a very bad idea for you. I recommend you delete that and leave.
Go to hell.
Right now, there's not any evidence linking you to the crime. They'll investigate you, find nothing, and move on. And even if there's a shred of anything credible recorded on there, I'm some cute 16-year-old girl. And you're just creepy pizza guy who is currently in my home, uninvited.
This is recorded evidence.
Okay. Okay, let's try it like this. 4 people died last week, and they're all in connection to me. Now let's say they investigate me and find nothing, and they will find nothing. Do you want me to be the person against you? When all this is said and done?
You're on to the right now. Hope you have your tracks covered. For your own sake.
You should leave, Blair. Don't put yourself in a worse situation than you're already in. Do you need to cover my tracks? Hey, Fiona. Just found you. In a very short amount of time, a reckoning is coming. Be it by law and order or out on the streets. In one way or another, it's coming. I did something horrible last week. It wasn't Les. It was Lexi. I realized I'd tolerated her abuse of you for too long. We didn't live in a world where I was able to see this, but I will make sure that everyone who ever made your life a pain will never be able to feel pain again. I love you, Amanda. Rest well. I'm here for you.
What if you could print every idea to life?
Welcome back to another episode with Gold Praise Loyalty Test. Today we have Stacy. She's hit me up because she believes that her boyfriend has a wandering eye, has been checking other girls out in front of her and behind her back.
He ain't been doing right. He been ghosting me. He don't be texting back. He don't come home all the time.
One of the main culprits she believes her boyfriend has been looking at, has been entertaining, is her best friend, Tsunami. So today we'll be on Stacy and twins. All right, who we got here today?
I'm Stacy.
Okay, and
Tsunami.
okay, so today you called me for a loyalty test. I wanted to know what's going on and why did you want to get put on a loyalty test with your boyfriend?
Because I feel like he ain't been doing it right. He been ghosting me. He don't be texting back. He don't come home on time. So I feel like he's doing something. It's been a few weeks that he's been like that. I've been paying for like his rent, make sure he got clothes, like call me, all of that. They pay for his dinner, lunch, and stuff. So I basically take care of him for his last 5 years.
You've been taking care of a grown ass man.
Everything. You don't gotta worry about that.
How long has that been going on?
For 5 years.
You've been taking care of this grown man for 5 years?
I feel like you've been checking my friend out for years.
I hear him?
Yeah.
You said your name is Tsunami? Do you feel like you've been...
No. I do not feel like that.
Yeah.
I don't know why she feel like, why you feel like that? I feel like I look at you. Oh, wait. Girl, you don't be looking at me.
So is there any reason why you feel like your boyfriend's been looking at her, or?
I mean, he tell me he like her vibe when she around. Tell me what? All right.
Do you guys have any type of like rapport or relationship? Y'all
Talk to him. That's why I'm like, that's weird. I don't know why he would tell you that.
And y'all, you've been taking care of this man.
Yes, for 5 years.
And you think that he likes her?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So, we're gonna find out a way to get your boyfriend to come out to the PTC, and we gonna go ahead and start the loyalty test. We already have like a little story to get him to come out here. All you gotta do is just pick up the phone, call him, and we gonna rock out like that. That's okay with you. All right, bet. After listening to Tsunami and this conversation that we're having all together, I can't really see what's going on. I can't see why Stacy has these feelings about why her boyfriend has been checking her out. But we're gonna get to the bottom of it right now. The way we're gonna set the trap is by having Stacy call her boyfriend, tell him that he needs to come to the outlet mall because Tsunami has some disturbing news to tell them.
I think it's all serious.
We're gonna have Tsunami tell them that she's been beefing with her parents and they've been taking advantage of her with the rent. So she's going to confront them today. All right, man. So you ready to give him a phone call?
Yeah.
All right, man. Let's do it. I'll put on speaker. What's going on, man?
Yeah, can you meet me out PTC? Tsunami want to talk to me and you. I think it's all serious.
All right, do we pull up one?
Yeah.
All right, you might be safe.
Okay.
I seem like a nice guy from a phone call. You seem like a nice guy. I'm just saying. Are you sure you want to?
I'm sure.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, man. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see.
All right, see what I see.
The mics ended up disconnecting in this scene, so we had to create a diversion so that Tsunami and Stacy could break away from her boyfriend so that they could come back to the car and tell us what happened. All right, so what happened? Tell me what happened while y'all was talking about that.
While we was talking, he was making, little compliments to her and kept looking at her and saying slick things.
You think they were compliments or what you?
No, he was just engaging in a conversation. Like, I don't think it was compliments. Because I did make I guess you can say a compliment, but I don't think it's a compliment. I like the shirt. It was work up, and I like work up. So they won't be.
So what was he saying that you thought it was like a compliment?
Right.
Well, he was, saying like, talking about how she was dressed, and
When you say that?
as soon as he walked up.
Oh, I ain't hear her.
Okay, so you want to continue on with the test, or what you think? Because I mean, I don't know. Like, as soon as we get the test going, I mean, it is what it is after that.
Yes, I do want that.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna wait a little while, just because y'all did just talk to him. We can give him a phone call, have Tsunami tell him that, okay, well, I got kicked out of the house. I'm saying we got a motel set up already for the situation, okay? And we're gonna see if he's gonna pull up. We're gonna see if he fails, if he passes, and then I'm gonna ask you again once we get there if we get there. Okay, that's okay with you?
Yes.
And then you're still okay with being the decoy?
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all boys. So it's been about like 40 minutes. You guys see, I got Panda Express. So I'm trying to go crazy, all right? But no, that's not the point, all right? The loyalty test is here, all right? So, Tsunami, you ready to do this phone call?
Yeah.
All right, good, let's do it.
Hello. Hey, it's Tsunami. I don't know. I had it just in case of emergencies because and she not answering. So I needed to talk to you or her, and she's not answering, so I called you. But huh? No, she not answering the phone, and it's an emergency, so I had to call you. Because it's about my parents again, and y'all don't really talk to about it. So it's a problem. I got your number.
I ain't giving it to you, so I'm trying to figure out how you got it.
You didn't give it to me. Oh, well, I was just calling because I just got into it with them and I got kicked out. And now I'm in a hotel and I need you to come see me so we can have a conversation because she's not answering and I need to bed before I lose it. Okay.
How do you feel about that? He got on the phone quick.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
What you mean? I think he's calling.
Call back. Hello? That's what I was saying. Like, she not answering and I need to talk, like, for real. So can you come? It's not gonna be for long. It ain't no crazy shit. Like, I just need to talk to you.
Okay, we'll talk about it.
Yeah.
I guess I can go away.
Yeah, just need your ears. That's it. Okay, bad. I'm about to see you tomorrow.
Shit. I mean, I don't know. It's just a talk because she needed to talk about her people though. Feel me? Like, you think there's a red flag or?
I don't think it is.
I mean, you said you had his number already?
Yeah, remember you gave it to me, girl? No, actually, remember when you had texted him off my phone because your phone was dead and you needed to call him when we was getting out of the she was drunk.
You don't remember this?
She was drunk. She probably don't.
Okay. So, I guess we gotta go to the spot. We don't see what's up. After first impressions of this phone call, I don't necessarily think that Stacy's boyfriend is cheating, but it is an extremely red flag that he is willing to pull up to wherever Tsunami is at. It doesn't matter whether it's her house, a hotel, motel,
anything outside of being outside, I feel like it's a red flag that he's willing to even meet her out there without hearing back from Stacy. Okay. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I think it's a red flag though. I'm gonna ask you this again before we actually get into this test, okay? You're sure you want to go on with the loyalty test? I just want to make sure that you're completely comfortable with what's going on.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Okay, before we get over there, what are some do's and don'ts that Tsunami can do if he goes into this room?
I mean, she can touch him. She can see if he moved all the way. I want to see. I want to know.
You don't know if he's gonna go all the way. All right, y'all boys. So we'll see y'all at the location. We made it to the motel, and now it's time to get in position.
Oh, that's his car right there.
Get down. So listen. You see him? Oh, shit. He gets in out the car. Oh, shit. You getting there, bro? Yeah, bro. He might call the chat.
Hey. Nothing. Trying to talk. Good on here. What I told you. I think I got kicked out and shit. I just want to vent.
Look like the situation's already solved.
Not really. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. So that's why I really need to talk, because it's just been a lot and she not answering. I need to vent. You see how
Yeah, that's man weird. She ain't answered my phone call.
yeah, so it's like, you wanna go in here?
Come right here.
We can go in here and talk. You gotta stand out here. Everybody in our business.
I've been saying all day. Anybody?
Come on. I just want to talk to you outside of being out in the open, like people in my business. You can just go in here. Ain't that going on? What you afraid of?
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't see the point of going inside.
Why not?
I've been indoors all day.
Come on.
Outside. It's a little area, you know.
I understand that, but it's air conditioner in there, so.
I've been indoors all day. You real attention.
I am, because I'm trying to get you inside so we can talk. Because I don't like being out in the open like this.
You ain't do this with my girl around. No.
What you mean? Do it. I ain't even touching you like that. I'm just. So you don't want to go in here?
I mean.
Come on. This is for a second. It's not.
Can we tap you?
Yeah. For a second.
I mean, you got water?
Yeah, I got water. It's a lot of water. There's some water in here.
It's been a long day.
There's some water in here. Come on, let me get you some.
Right here. Yeah.
There you go. I'm fine with that. But before I get the water, I still want to talk.
I'm talking to you.
I don't know if there's any water in there. Honestly, I think I'm gonna have to go to the store and get some stuff.
Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Come on. And
I lied.
Try to call my girl again.
I did. I tried to call her. She still ain't answering.
Call girl.
You don't got to, because she ain't been answering all day since we seen her legs. Since we both seen her legs.
I mean, so, you know.
Yeah, that is.
I know she's working too.
Exactly. So, that's not what I thought she did for us. I really want to talk to me. Because I be seeing stuff.
I mean, okay.
I mean, yeah, when they got looks at me, so you just get right.
I mean, you're up. So,
I know you're not a girl,
and that's your fight from somebody.
Right, but I mean, you're right. That's our friend, but I'm just saying, like,
You know, you looking at me then.
we looking at each other, like, see here. Yeah, like,
Yes.
what you see. So you know what you see.
It's nice.
Okay, yeah. So I'm sad. It's all too. You know.
Go ahead. I'm just going to sit on the bed.
But I want to tell you because you feel right there. I want to tell it. I want to tell you. That's one of my songs.
It's
Just check this out. So, yeah.
what we gonna do, buddy?
Yeah, so let's see. I know, but so let me sit on the phone there. That anybody should feel they should saw each.
I used to her a lot.
What the fuck?
I mean, she is just much like.
So what's up? What's up? What's up?
Nah, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. After seeing him let this girl sit on his lap, this loyalty test is over. I don't. Stacy said she wanted somebody to go all the way. At this rate, I don't know what else she wants to see. But at this point, it's getting too touchy. It's getting too physical. I'm sitting here like I'm almost watching some X-rated stuff. Some of the stuff I can't put on YouTube is you know what I'm saying. So yeah. You want to keep going, or like that's all.
No, you're doing too much.
You doing too much?
She's going too far.
Shoot.
She's going way too far.
I mean, that's what you told her to do.
At this point,
you want to keep going?
Nah, I want to go up there.
You want to go up there?
Yes.
Right now?
Right now.
Y'all,
You're doing too much.
You're doing too much? Oh, shit. Are you ready to go or what? All right. This time, I'm thinking it's too far. Stacy thinks it's too far, and now we have to go for her boyfriend because at the end of the day, they've been together for 5 years. This is 5 years down the drain, and it's a sad situation because how down Stacy has been for her boyfriend. Come on. Watch y'all, come on. And look, this the key right here, and this. I'm saying, hold on, let's come over here. Are you sure you ready to go in there?
Yeah, sure.
All right, bet. Go ahead and cut on the camera and yeah, just do your thing. All right.
So this is what we doing.
And it's still up there.
You know what I'm talking about. What is this?
She called me. I just came over to talk to her.
I mean,
Shouldn't have got on the bag. My fault.
It didn't take no long to get here. And it wasn't that hard to get him here.
Like that. It was like 3 hours.
And that was
Just
there.
3 hours.
Oh no.
We tried to call you.
But you were still here.
Yeah, she
So that means, so I don't answer my phone, that means come.
I was trying to talk to your friend. That's what you expect me to do. Look out for your people.
I mean, you can answer your phone. You won't look it out. You up here. Ain't no telling what she was doing though. Whole time for real. You was calling her, like, this fucked up. What's fucked up, baby? Yeah. Because you don't even like him for real. Both of you. You don't even like him.
You're right.
Like,
I was gonna sit on the bed anyway.
He was sitting on the bed with me. So don't be sitting here trying to front like you like she was. What you be chill? You know what's up. To be honest, exactly. You know what's up, and she don't even like you. You don't even like him. Like for real, you already thought it was that I did, so that I wouldn't even. You already had some sit on my man like that. Because he let me. What do you mean? Like, that ain't my fault. My ass laying there. That's not my fault. He wanted it there. You let that happen. That's what you do.
Spell my last.
He wanted it there. And he was doing all of this.
Touch it.
I tested it. I shouldn't have,
You liked it.
but you know,
You shouldn't
I
have.
like. Come here.
No.
Come here.
Mm-mm. What? No. Mm-mm. No. Mm-mm. You go back over there. I mean, what you mean? Because you was already in here. You gonna answer the phone?
I mean, you see how she's personal.
Hold on. I thought, why are you laughing for? I thought this is your best friend. I ain't gonna lie, bro. This she put you on a loyalty test, bro. She put you, this is a loyalty test, bro.
Yeah, I am. You know.
I took one on test. No time. Test.
Okay.
Did you ever love her?
Yes.
No, you did not. How?
What you mean?
You did not.
So what's going on right now?
I've been with you for how many years? 5?
Right.
Exactly.
And so you this when I get out of that.
All right.
And I'm taking care of you.
All right. No, I work every day.
No, you don't pay no bills.
I take care of me.
You close you down right now. I got that.
I take care of my house. I don't take care of your house. I take care of your house. See? You gotta do on something.
I mean, technically, she paid. You ain't got no job. Now you, I'm on her side.
I bet you are. Send this up to her.
Yeah.
I think, hold on. She flipped the switch like 2 times. She flipped the switch 2 times on you. I'm just saying, is this your real friend or what?
Doing what we plan to do to expose him.
I'm blaming this
But
shit.
you took it too far.
I'm blaming
Too
this shit.
far. You sitting on his lap. Me to see if he was gonna go. And I did. He went. So,
Well, every time.
and I could have took him through there if he was that easy. I could have took him through there. See what I'm saying? It is like
I'm gonna feel every time. Don't test me.
that's what I'm saying.
I'm gonna go here.
Girl, you can't be mad at me.
I sure would.
You mad at him. Yes, I can. Why you get mad at me for it? Like you told me to do this. What I supposed to do? I felt it was some shit going on with y'all anyway. The way he looking at you.
First of all, I see my numbers. You have no.
I didn't get it.
Exactly. I don't give my number out.
But I don't remember giving her your number. I was drunk.
Phil, every time.
She gave me your number?
Yep.
Why?
I don't give my number out.
No, you flipping. You flipping shit just
Come
give me
on,
my number.
Come on. They tripping. Come on, they tripping. Nah, they tripping. You're still gonna deal with him or what's going on?
No, I'm doing
They're tripping in there. They're tripping.
They meant to be, they can be together. He's not gonna be with me.
Yeah, they're tripping. I thought it was supposed to be your best friend.
Apparently not. She took it too far.
Oh,
They did too much.
our child boys, we are cutting cameras. I'm actually surprised that Tsunami is acting like this. Like she's actually defending the boyfriend, like saying that Stacy don't like her man. Isn't this supposed to be her best friend? This is my first impression that this was supposed to be her best friend. I'm actually really confused on what's the thought process, because at the end of the day, she was just supposed to be the decoy, chat. Listen to me, bro. She was just supposed to be the decoy. That is it. You're not supposed to fall for the person that's on the loyalty test. Clearly, it's not somebody that we're pursuing because they're a cheater. That's why we're doing the test, because this man is a cheater. So now the loyalty test is Stacy's fault. The loyalty test is Stacy's fault. All right, listen to me, bro. Her boyfriend's delusional. Her best friend is delusional. At first, she was with the loyalty test. She was blaming the boy.
A poor mother works on Christmas Eve with her daughter. when a billionaire appears and surprises them. Christmas Eve arrived cold and silent. Jenna wiped the marble floor of the room, focused. The bucket of water beside her was already dirty. Her back ached. Her hands were red from scrubbing. Her blonde hair fell over her face, damp with sweat. But she couldn't stop. It was the only job she had managed to get in weeks. If she did it well, maybe the company would call her again. Maybe January would be less difficult. Maybe. Daisy sat in the corner of the room, drawing on a crumpled paper. The 5-year-old girl was tiny, too skinny for her age, blonde like her mother with clear blue eyes that sparkled even when she was tired. She wore a thin, worn-out coat, but she didn't complain about the cold. She never complained about anything. "Mommy, can I help you?" Daisy asked, dropping her pencil. Jenna looked at her daughter and smiled, exhausted. "You helped me just by being quiet, sweetie." But Daisy stood up and picked up a small cloth that was next to the bucket. "I want to really help." Jenna felt a pang in her heart. A 5-year-old child shouldn't be working on Christmas Eve. She should be home, opening presents, playing. But their life wasn't like that. "Okay," Jenna said quietly. "You can clean over there, right next to the door. But be careful, all right?" Daisy smiled, a small, proud smile, and started wiping the wall with all the seriousness in the world. They worked in silence, mother and daughter, side by side. The house around them was huge, luxurious, and completely empty. It looked like a museum. Everything was in place. Everything shone. The furniture was modern and expensive, the walls white, the floor gleaming. But there was no life. There were no pictures. There was no clutter. There was nothing to suggest that anyone actually lived there. Jenna finished the room and picked up the bucket. She went to the kitchen to change the water. She stopped at the dining room doorway and froze. The table was set. A large ungolden roast turkey, still steaming, potatoes au gratin with melted cheese on top, dark gravy in a porcelain bowl, fresh bread rolls, green salad, crystal goblets, fabric napkins perfectly folded, everything prepared for only one person, one plate, one fork, one glass. Jenna stood still, staring. Who eats Christmas dinner alone at a table this big? Daisy appeared behind her, curious, holding the damp cloth. "Mommy, what are you looking at?" Before Jenna could answer, the girl saw it and ran. "Daisy, don't go near." But the girl was already next to the table, her eyes wide, shining with wonder. So much yummy food. Her stomach rumbled loudly. In the silence of the house, the sound echoed. Jenna heard it and felt a pain in her chest that almost knocked her to the floor. They had eaten stale bread for breakfast, that was all. Nothing for lunch, and there wouldn't be anything when they got home. Daisy couldn't take her eyes off the food. Her small hands gripped the edge of the table. She looked at her mother, then at the food again, then at the empty house around them. And then, with the brutal innocence of a child who doesn't understand shame, she spoke loudly. "Can we stay with you?" Jenna froze. "Daisy, come here right now." But the girl continued, pointing at the food. "There's nothing at home." The silence that followed was heavy and suffocating. Jenna felt her face burn. Shame arrived like fire. Her hands trembled. Her eyes stung. She wanted to disappear. "Daisy, come here, now." The voice came out harsh, low, broken. The girl lowered her head. "Sorry, Mommy." Jenna took a deep breath. It wasn't her daughter's fault. She was just a child. A hungry child. "Come on, sweetie. Let's finish the job." She took Daisy's hand and was about to pull her back when she heard a voice behind her. "You can stay." Jenna turned, startled. A man was standing at the entrance to the dining room. Tall, in a dark, well-tailored suit, short hair, serious face, handsome in a cold way. He must have been in his early 30s. Dark, intense, but tired eyes. The kind of tiredness that doesn't go away with sleep. Matthew Hale, the owner of the house. Jenna turned pale. Her heart raced. "Mr. Hale, I didn't know you were home. I'm so sorry." He raised his hand, cutting off her apologies. "It's fine. His voice was calm and deep. I came back early today. He looked at the table, at the dinner prepared for no one, at Daisy hiding behind her mother, and then he said simply, I was going to eat alone anyway. Jenna blinked, confused. Sir, Matthew took a step forward. You can stay for a little while. Have dinner with me. Mr. Hale, we can't accept. You can. He looked at Daisy. Do you like potatoes? Daisy peeked at him, then at the table, and nodded slowly, shyly. Matthew went to the cupboard, got 2 plates and started serving. Golden potatoes, a piece of turkey, warm bread, salad. He did it all in silence, as if it were the most natural thing. He placed the plates on the table and pulled out 2 chairs. Sit down. Jenna was paralyzed. She couldn't believe it, couldn't speak. But Daisy had already emerged from behind her and rushed to the chair, excited. Matthew served a plate for himself and sat at the other end of the table. Jenna, still in shock, slowly sat down next to her daughter. Dinner began in silence. Daisy ate slowly, savoring every bite as if it were a gift. Her small eyes sparkled. She smiled between forkfuls. Jenna barely touched her food. She was too nervous. Her hands trembled holding the fork. Matthew cut a piece of turkey and ate, observing the 2 of them. He didn't know why he had done this. It didn't make sense. But when he heard the little girl say, There's nothing at home, something inside him broke. He knew loneliness. He lived inside it. But hunger. Hunger was different. What's your name? He asked, looking at the girl. Daisy. Daisy, Matthew repeated. Pretty name. She smiled, shyly. And do you like to draw? I saw you with paper earlier. Very much, Daisy brightened up. I draw flowers and houses and big trees. She draws very well, Jenna said quietly. Matthew nodded. Then looked at Jenna. And you, how long have you been doing cleaning work? Jenna swallowed hard. About 3 years. Is it hard? She gave a tired smile. Sometimes. But it's what I have. Matthew didn't answer. He just kept looking. There was something about her, the way she cared for her daughter, the dignity she carried even when she had nothing. He respected that. The dinner continued more lightly. Daisy talked about her drawings. Matthew asked which flowers she liked best. Jenna relaxed a little, allowing herself to smile. It was strange, but it was good. For the first time in years, Matthew's table wasn't empty. And for the first time in months, Daisy laughed while eating. When they finished, Daisy wiped her mouth with her hand and looked around. She saw the folded cloth napkins on the table. She picked one up and tried to fold it the same way. It came out crooked, crumpled, but she placed it carefully next to Matthew's plate. Thank you, she said, her voice sweet. You are very kind. Matthew stared at the napkin, small, imperfect, made with pure affection. Something inside him, something that had been buried for years, and began to stir. He picked up the napkin and put it in his suit jacket pocket. Jenna stood up, still disbelieving. Her eyes were glistening. Mr. Hale, I don't know how to thank you. Seriously, thank you. Matthew stood up too. He looked at Daisy, who smiled at him with those clear, innocent eyes. And then he said, Merry Christmas. Jenna took her daughter's hand and left, too emotional to speak. Matthew remained alone in the dining room. He looked at the table, at the dirty plates, at the leftover food, and at the empty space where they had been sitting. For the first time, the house didn't feel so cold. He touched the napkin in his pocket and smiled, a small, almost invisible smile, but real. The next day arrived grey and cold. Jenna woke up early, as always. The apartment was freezing. The heater had broken 2 months ago and she didn't have the money to fix it. She put her coat over her pajamas and went to the kitchen, her bare feet on the cold floor. She opened the refrigerator and stopped, almost empty. 1 egg, half a loaf of bread wrapped in a plastic bag, 2 small, bruised apples she had bought at the corner market. That was all they had. Jenna closed her eyes and took a deep breath, her hands shaking on the refrigerator door. She couldn't break down. Not now. Not in front of Daisy. She grabbed the egg and the bread. She was going to make a small omelette, share it with her daughter, and hope someone called with work. Any work, anything. Good morning, Mommy. Jenna turned quickly, forcing a smile. Daisy was at the kitchen door, in her pajamas, her blonde hair messy, rubbing her clear blue eyes. Good morning, love. Jenna tried to sound cheerful. Did you sleep well? I did. Daisy walked to the table and climbed onto a chair. I dreamed about yesterday's food. Jenna felt her heart clench. You did? Uh-huh. About the potatoes. And the turkey. Daisy smiled. It was yummy even while sleeping. Jenna turned her back, pretending to look for something in the cupboard. She didn't want her daughter to see the tears in her eyes. That's good, sweetie. That's good. What are we going to eat today? Omelette. With toast. Daisy looked at the open refrigerator. She saw the emptiness. The girl was small, but she wasn't foolish. There's only one egg. Yes, but we can share it. Daisy was quiet for a moment, her feet swinging from the chair. Then she said, with that strange seriousness only children have, can we share it really small so it lasts longer? Jenna closed her eyes. Her hands trembled as she cracked the egg into the frying pan. She didn't answer because she didn't trust her own voice. She made the omelette in silence. She cut it into 2 unequal pieces. The bigger one for Daisy, of course. Always the bigger one for Daisy. She served it with the toast that was already hard on the edges. Daisy ate slowly, chewing each piece carefully, making it last. Jenna could barely swallow. Every bite seemed to weigh a ton. When they finished, Daisy took her plate to the sink. Serious, thank you, Mommy. It was good. You're welcome, my love. Jenna washed the dishes, the 2 plates, the 2 forks, the frying pan, and looked at the refrigerator again. Only the 2 apples remained, one for today, one for tomorrow. And after that, she didn't know. She went to the small table in the living room where she kept the bills. She opened the drawer and pulled out the envelopes. Rent, late. Electricity, late. Cut-off notice. Water, paid. But only because they had already threatened to cut it off before. Internet, cut off 2 weeks ago. Jenna ran her hand over her face, trying to think, trying to organize her thoughts, trying not to panic. She picked up her cell phone and dialed the number she already knew by heart. Clean Express, good morning. Hi, this is Jenna. I was wondering if there's any work today. Silence on the other end, the sound of keys being typed. Let me check here. Jenna gripped the phone tightly. Her heart was racing. Her fingers were white from the pressure. Look, Jenna, there's nothing for today, sorry. Nothing at all, not even half a day's work, anything. Nothing. Hardly anyone requested cleaning. People travel for the holidays. Everyone's away. What about tomorrow? Nothing scheduled for tomorrow either. Maybe things will get better next week. Jenna closed her eyes. Next week? How was she supposed to wait until next week? Okay, thank you anyway. Sorry, Jenna. I'll call if something comes up. She hung up and stood still, holding the phone. The cracked screen reflected her tired face. Daisy was on the living room floor, drawing on old paper she had picked up from the building's recycling bin. She didn't know there was no food. Didn't know there was no money. Didn't know her mother was one step away from collapsing completely. Jenna took a deep breath. She wasn't going to break down. She wasn't. She always found a way. Always. But for the first time in a long time, she didn't know what that way was. The phone rang. Jenna looked at the screen, thinking it was the company again, maybe with some last-minute job, but the number was unknown. She answered, suspicious. It could be a bill collector. It could be the landlord. Hello? Jenna? The voice on the other end was deep, calm, controlled, masculine. She knew that voice. Mr. Hale, yes, Can I speak to you for a minute? Jenna jumped to her feet, nervous. Her heart raced again, but for different reasons. Why was he calling? Had he complained about her work? Was something wrong with the cleaning? Had she done something? Of course. Go ahead, Mr. Hale. Matthew hesitated on the other end. She heard him breathing. I was thinking about yesterday. Jenna felt her face flush. Shame returned like a wave. He was going to say it was embarrassing, that he didn't want her to work there anymore. That I would like to offer you a permanent job here at the house. Jenna froze. The world stopped. What? A permanent job, not through the company, directly with me. He paused. You would come every day. You would take care of the house. I would pay well, and another pause. Daisy can come with you. Jenna couldn't speak. The words were stuck in her throat. Her heart pounded so fast, she thought she would faint. Her eyes stung. Her hands trembled. Jenna, are you still there? I am sorry. I just didn't expect that. I know it's sudden, but I need someone. And you do a good job. You're organized. You're careful. It wasn't just that Jenna knew. He had seen Daisy's hunger. He had seen their situation, and he was offering help in the only way that didn't feel like charity, employment, dignity, a chance. I accept, Jenna said quickly before he could change his mind, before she woke up from this dream. I accept, Mr. Hale. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you very much. Good. His voice sounded lighter, almost relieved. Can you start tomorrow? Yes, I can. What time? 8 o'clock? Perfect. I'll be there. You can count on it. Until tomorrow then, Jenna. Until tomorrow, and thank you, truly. She hung up and started to cry. It wasn't a cry of sadness. It was relief. It was gratitude. It was the weight of 1,000 tons lifting from her shoulders. It was being able to breathe again. Daisy looked at her mother, dropping her pencil, startled. Mommy, why are you crying? Jenna wiped her face with the back of her hand and crouched down, opening her arms. Come here, sweetie. Daisy ran and threw herself into the hug. Jenna held her daughter tightly, her face buried in her blonde hair. Something good happened, Daisy, something very good. What? Mommy got a job, a real job. Every day. Daisy pulled away, her eyes wide. Really? Really? And you'll come with me every day? Where to? To the nice man's house from yesterday. Remember him? Daisy broke into a huge smile, the kind that lit up her whole face. The one who gave us food. That's the one. The girl hugged her mother tightly, laughing. I like him, Mommy. Me too, sweetie. Me too. Jenna held her daughter, her eyes still wet, her heart finally managing to beat more slowly. They were going to be okay. For the first time in a long time, she believed it. Before, Matthew had always loved silence. Since childhood, he preferred to be alone. He read. He studied. He thought. When his parents died in a car accident, he was 23 studying engineering, Matthew shut down completely. He inherited his father's construction company, small at the time, and plunged into work. He worked 16 hours a day, every day, weekends, holidays, Christmas. He built buildings, made fortunes, expanded, and forgot what it was like to have someone around. He had a few girlfriends over the years. They didn't last long. They complained that he wasn't present, that he was cold, that he lived for his work. And it was true. Matthew didn't know how to be any other way. The big, empty house was perfect for him. Silent, organized, predictable, no noise, no voices, no interruptions. It was all he knew. It was all he thought he needed. Silence was comfort, solitude, routine. He didn't miss anything, or at least he thought he didn't, until yesterday. Until he saw a 5-year-old girl smiling at him with a crooked napkin in her hand. Until he saw a mother trying to hide her daughter's hunger with dignity. Until he realized his house was a tomb, beautiful, expensive, impeccable, but dead. Matthew couldn't explain why he had called Jenna. It didn't make rational sense. He didn't need a permanent maid. He could continue hiring the company. He could continue living alone as he always had. But when he woke up that morning, the house was too silent, too heavy, too empty. And he found himself thinking about Daisy's laugh, the way she had folded the napkin, the sparkle in her eyes when she ate. So he picked up the phone and called, without thinking too much, because if he thought about it, he wouldn't call. Now Jenna started the next day. She arrived at 8 on the dot, with Daisy by her side, both holding hands. Both had bathed and put on the best clothes they had, which weren't much, but they were clean and neat. Matthew opened the door and gave a nod. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Hale, Jenna said nervously, her hands gripping her purse strap. You can call me Matthew. She blinked, surprised. Are you sure? I am. Mr. Hale was my father. Daisy took a step forward and waved shyly. Hi, Mr. Matthew. Matthew looked at the girl and almost smiled. Almost, "Hi, Daisy. Did you sleep well?" "I did. I dreamed about the potatoes." He blinked, confused. "About the potatoes?" "Uh-huh. They were very yummy." This time, Matthew smiled. A small but real smile. "Saz, that's good." He showed Jenna the house, explained what needed to be done, where things were kept, how he liked it done, but without pressure, without demands. "If you need anything, just let me know," he said, "and Daisy can stay wherever she likes. You don't need to hide her. The house is big. There's plenty of space." Jenna looked at her daughter and felt a lump in her throat. "Thank you, Matthew." He nodded and went up to the office on the second floor, and that's where everything changed. Jenna began to clean. She mopped the floor, organized the living room, cleaned the window panes, arranged cushions, dusted. Daisy stayed in the living room, drawing on the floor, surrounded by papers Matthew had left for her. But it wasn't silence that filled the house. It was life. The sound of the cloth on the floor, the water running in the sink, Jenna humming softly as she worked, old songs her mother used to sing, and Daisy. Daisy talking to herself as she drew, Daisy asking about colors, Daisy laughing at something only she understood, Daisy singing along with her mother, off-key and happy. Matthew was in the office, trying to focus on work. He had online meetings, reports to review, contracts to sign, but he heard everything, every little laugh, every soft step on the floor below, every childish question floating up the stairs. "So, Mommy, can I draw a big house?" "You can, sweetie." "And a giant tree?" "You can. And a dog, and a cat, and little birds." "You can draw anything you want, Daisy." Matthew stopped typing. He tilted his head, listening, concentrating on those sounds that shouldn't mean anything, but they did. And he noticed something strange, almost disturbing. He was smiling. It wasn't a big smile. It was small, almost imperceptible, but it was there, tugging at the corners of his mouth. He got up and went to the office door. He opened it slowly, took a peek down the stairs. Daisy was on the living room floor, surrounded by colored papers. She drew intently, her tongue sticking out, her blonde hair falling on her face. She mumbled to herself, telling a story only she knew. Jenna was in the kitchen, cleaning, humming softly. The house was alive. Matthew went back to the office, but couldn't concentrate. Because for the first time in years, he didn't want silence. He wanted to hear more. The days passed like this. Jenna came every morning, brought Daisy, cleaned, organized, took care of the house as if it were her own, and little by little, the house transformed, not in appearance. It was already perfect, but in atmosphere, in energy, in feeling. It had life now. Daisy drew everywhere. Matthew found papers all over the house, colorful flowers, crooked houses, giant trees with strange birds. He didn't throw them away. He kept them all in a drawer in his office. Jenna cooked sometimes, nothing elaborate, just fresh coffee in the morning, or a sandwich at lunchtime when Matthew forgot to eat. She didn't have to do it, but she did, and he didn't complain. Matthew started coming home earlier. Before it, he stayed late at the company office. He avoided going back, because there was no reason. The empty house was just empty. Now there was a reason. He would arrive at 6 first, sometimes even earlier, and hear Daisy's voice. "Look, Mommy, I drew you." "Oh, that's beautiful, sweetie. I look very pretty." "And this is Mr. Matthew." Matthew paused at the door, listening. "And is it? How did you draw him?" "Tall, like, with a serious face. But he's kind on the inside." Jenna laughed softly. "That's true, he is." Matthew smiled on the other side of the door. That smile was getting easier and easier. One day, he arrived and found Daisy on the couch, sleeping, a drawing book open on her lap, the marker still in her hand. Jenna was finishing cleaning the kitchen, her back to the living room. Matthew stopped and looked at the girl, so small, so fragile, so peaceful. He went to the closet, got a soft blanket and placed it over her. Slowly, carefully. Daisy moved a little, mumbled something, but didn't wake up. Matthew stood there for a moment, just watching, observing her tranquil face, her soft breathing, and he felt something strange in his chest. Something warm, something good, something he couldn't name. Jenna appeared at the kitchen door and saw the scene. Her eyes sparkled, wet. "Thank you," she said quietly. Matthew just nodded. But when he returned to the office, he leaned against the closed door and took a deep breath. The house was no longer a tomb, it was a home. And he didn't know exactly when it had happened, on what day, at what moment, but he knew he didn't want it to stop. Ever again. Matthew was in the office when he heard Daisy's voice coming from the living room. "Mommy, look at that truck." He got up from his chair, curious, and went to the window. He looked down. A cement truck was driving down the street, huge, noisy, with the drum slowly turning. Daisy had her face pressed against the living room window, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's a big truck, sweetie," Jenna said, cleaning the shelf nearby. "But what is it doing?" "Carrying heavy things." "What things?" Jenna hesitated. She didn't know exactly. "Cement, I think. But why does that thing keep spinning? So it doesn't stop." Matthew slowly walked down the stairs. He stopped at the living room door, leaning against the frame. "It's a concrete mixer truck," he said. Daisy turned quickly, surprised. Jenna looked over too. "Mixer truck," the girl repeated, trying to pronounce it right. "That's right. It carries concrete." Daisy tilted her head, confused. "What is concrete?" Matthew walked to the window and knelt beside her, getting down to the girl's eye level. "It's like a paste, grey, wet. They put it inside that drum that keeps spinning." "And why does it spin?" "Because if it stops, the concrete hardens. It turns into rock." Daisy's eyes sparkled. "Turns into rock?" "It does. That's why it needs to keep spinning until it reaches the right place." "And what is it used for?" "To make buildings, houses, bridges, roads." Daisy was silent for a moment, processing. Then she asked curiously, "Do you know these trucks?" Matthew nodded. "I do. I work with them." "Really?" "Really?" Daisy smiled, excited. "Do you drive them?" Matthew let out a low laugh, a real laugh. "No, but I see them working almost every day." "That must be so cool. It's interesting." Jenna stood near the shelf, the cleaning cloth forgotten in her hand. She watched the scene with a pleasant tightness in her chest. Matthew was crouched down, talking to Daisy as if it were the most natural thing in the world, explaining patiently, smiling, truly smiling. She had never seen him like that. In the following days, Daisy started asking more questions, lots of questions. Matthew was having coffee one morning when she appeared in the kitchen with a paper in her hand. "Mr. Matthew, can I show you something?" He lowered his cup. Of course. It was a drawing of a building, crooked, disproportionate, but clearly a building. "It's a giant building, with lots of windows." "It turned out very well," he said, sincerely. "How many floors does it have?" Daisy counted on her fingers, looking at the drawing. "Well, 6. 6 floors is a good size." She sat in the chair next to him, swinging her legs that didn't reach the floor. "How do you build a real building?" Matthew took a sip of coffee, thinking about how to explain it simply. "First, you dig a hole in the ground." "A hole?" "Yes, very deep, big." "What for?" "To put the foundation in." Daisy frowned. "What's that?" "It's the base, the groundwork. It's what holds the whole building up. It has to be very strong." "Oh." She nodded, thoughtfully. "And then you raise the columns, the beams. You make the skeleton of the building." "Like a body skeleton." Matthew smiled. "Yes, something like that. The skeleton holds everything up, with that cement that hardens, with concrete and steel, the two together." "And how long does it take?" "It takes a while, months, sometimes years, depending on the size." "Wow, years." "Yes, building is slow. You have to do everything right, or it falls down." Daisy was impressed, her eyes wide. "Have you ever seen a building fall down?" "No, because we do everything right." She smiled, satisfied with the answer. Matthew realized he was smiling too. A small but genuine smile. He couldn't remember the last time he'd explained these things to someone with such patience. Jenna appeared at the kitchen door, wiping her hands on a cloth. She saw the two of them talking, Daisy's eyes sparkling, Matthew explaining calmly. She stood there just watching, her chest tight, her eyes starting to get moist. Matthew had never been rude to them, but he had also never been like this. So open, so present, so kind. Another day, Daisy was drawing in the living room when Matthew walked past carrying some papers. Mr. Matthew, he stopped. Hi, Daisy. Have you ever seen a building being made, like me from the beginning? I have. I see it all the time. What's it like? He looked at the papers in his hand, then at the girl. He decided the papers could wait. He sat on the couch next to her. In the beginning, it's just dirt, empty ground. Then the big machines arrive. What machines? Excavators, tractors, backhoes. They make a lot of noise. Daisy dropped her pencil, all her attention on him. And what do? They dig, they remove dirt, they clear space for the foundation. And then the concrete comes. The workers set up the forms, put the steel inside, and then they pour the concrete. It looks like a mess, but everything has an order. Everything has a right way to do it. And does it grow? It does. Floor by floor, slowly, with patience. And when it's finished, what happens? Matthew gave a small smile. Then it becomes a place where people live, or work, or study. It becomes part of their lives. Daisy was silent for a moment, absorbing it. Then she said, with that strange seriousness of a child, "You must be very important." Matthew blinked, surprised. Why? Because you make houses for people to live in. Everyone needs a home. He was speechless. That childish simplicity had just hit something deep inside him. Something he had forgotten. The real reason for what he did. I guess so, he said quietly. Daisy smiled, satisfied, and went back to drawing. Matthew stayed there a little longer, just watching. Then he stood up and went up to the office, but her sentence kept echoing in his head all day. You must be very important. It had been years since he had felt that way. Jenna was folding towels in the laundry room when she mustered up the courage. Matthew had just walked past the hallway, returning from the office. She called him, shyly, nervously. Matthew. He stopped and came back. Hi, Jenna. She held the towel in her hands, hesitant. Can I ask you a question? Of course. Go ahead. She took a deep breath. What do you do, exactly? Matthew tilted his head, not understanding. What do you mean? Your job. You said you work with buildings, but what do you actually do? He gave a small smile. I build buildings. Jenna blinked. You build them. Yes, I plan, organize, supervise. I make it happen. She nodded slowly, still processing. She imagined he was an engineer, perhaps, someone important in the field, but she didn't want to ask more. She didn't want to be intrusive. It must be very difficult. Sometimes, but I like it. I always have. Daisy loves hearing you talk about it. She comes home and tells me everything you explained. Matthew looked at her, serious, but with softer eyes. She is very curious, smart. She asks good questions. Jenna smiled, proud. She is, since she was little. There was a comfortable silence between them. Matthew was about to go upstairs again when Jenna said, Thank you for having patience with her, for really talking to her. He looked back. You don't need to thank me. So I liked talking to Daisy, and it was true. For the first time in years, he enjoyed having someone ask questions, someone interested, someone who made him remember why he had chosen that profession. Matthew began to pay more attention to Daisy, not on purpose, but naturally. And that's when he noticed something that bothered him. She drew all the time. Papers spread throughout the living room, on the dining table, on the floor. Colourful, creative drawings, full of life and imagination. But the pencils she used were terrible. Broken, too small to hold properly. Stumps without points. The markers were dry, failing, leaving smudges instead of lines. The sharpener no longer worked. It was broken, taped together. Matthew watched Daisy struggling to draw a flower, holding a stub of a blue pencil that barely fit in her hand, trying to make colourful petals. And he felt something squeeze in his chest. That wasn't right. A girl so creative, so full of imagination, deserved to have decent supplies. The next day he left work early. He went to a large stationery store downtown. He stood there in the aisle, looking at the shelves full of options. He picked up a box of coloured pencils, new, large, with 48 different colours. He picked up a set of markers, fine and thick tips, vibrant colours, a colouring book with beautiful drawings, flowers, animals, landscapes, castles, and a sharpener shaped like a bear. Cute, colourful, with little eyes and everything. He paid for everything, put it in a bag, and drove home, his heart beating faster than it should. When he arrived, Daisy was in the living room, drawing as always. "Daisy!" She looked up, surprised. "Hi, Mr. Matthew, you're home early." "I am, and I have something for you." He placed the bag on the table. Daisy stood up, curious, her eyes wide. "What is it?" "Open it and see." She opened it slowly, as if she were afraid of ruining something. Then she saw it. Pencils. New ones. Lots of pencils. She picked up the box, admiring it. So many colours, 48, and markers. Also, she pulled out the colouring book, and a book to colour, with princesses and flowers. And there's one more thing. She reached into the bag and pulled out the sharpener. A little bear. It's a sharpener, but it's a bear. It's both. Daisy looked at everything on the table. Then she looked at Matthew, her huge blue eyes sparkling, full of emotion. "All this is for me." Matthew nodded. "It is. Really. I can keep everything. You can. It's yours." Daisy stood still for a second, just staring. Then she dropped everything on the table and ran to him, her small arms wrapped around his waist, Daisy's face pressed against his body. A tight, sincere, pure hug, full of gratitude. Matthew froze. He didn't know what to do. He stood there, motionless, his arms by his sides, tense, his heart beating faster, his hands trembling slightly. He wasn't used to this. He didn't know how to react. But then, slowly, carefully, he raised his hands and returned the hug. It was strange, it was uncomfortable, but it was good, incredibly good. "Thank you, Mr. Matthews," Daisy said, her voice muffled against him. "You are the best in the whole world." Matthew closed his eyes. Something inside him, something that had been locked up, forgotten, rusted by years of solitude, began to stir again, to melt. "You're welcome, Daisy," he said quietly, his voice hoarse. She pulled away, smiling hugely, and ran back to the new pencils. Matthew stood still processing what had just happened. Jenna was at the kitchen door. She had seen everything. Her eyes were wet, glistening, her hand over her mouth, trembling, her face completely emotional. Matthew looked at her. They stared at each other in silence. He didn't know what to say. He had no words. Jenna shook her head slowly, smiling through her tears, and whispered, "Thank you." Matthew nodded, embarrassed, awkward, and quickly went up to the office. But when he closed the door, he leaned against it and took a deep breath. His legs were weak, his heart racing. He could still feel Daisy's arms around him. He could still feel the warmth of the hug. And for the first time in a long, long time, he didn't feel alone. Daisy spent the rest of the day drawing with the new pencils. She made flowers, houses, colourful buildings, giant trees, little birds, and she made a special drawing. 2 people, one tall, one small, holding hands. She coloured it carefully, chose the exact colours, did her blonde hair, his suit, and wrote below, with her crooked, careful handwriting, "You are my new friend." She left the drawing on his office desk. Matthew found it later, when he returned to finish some emails. He picked up the paper, looked at it, read it. He felt his chest tighten again. He ran his finger over the crooked letters, over the simple drawing, over the 2 of them holding hands. And he put it away, in the same drawer where the folded napkin from Christmas Eve was, in the same drawer where he kept everything Daisy made. Because now, Those small, simple things meant more than any million-dollar contract he had ever signed. They meant he was no longer living alone in an empty house. They meant that little by little, without realizing it, he was learning to feel again, to care again, to live again. Matthew leaned back in his chair, holding the drawing, and closed his eyes. And for the first time in years, he felt happy, simply happy. Matthew woke up to the sound of voices. It wasn't loud, it wasn't invasive, but it was there, filling the silence that had always dominated that house. He looked at the clock. 7:30 in the morning. Jenna and Daisy had already arrived. He got up, put on a shirt, and walked down the stairs slowly. The kitchen was different. The smell of fresh coffee, the machine on, 2 clean cups next to the stove. Jenna was in the living room, mopping the floor, humming softly. An old gentle song he didn't know. Her voice was low but pretty, calm. Daisy was sitting at the dining table, surrounded by colourful papers, the new pencils spread out. She was drawing intently, her tongue sticking out. Matthew stood still on the stairs, just watching. That seemed so simple, so common, so alive. He had never realized how dead the house was before. "Good morning," he said, stepping down the last steps. Jenna turned, surprised, but smiling. "Good morning, Matthew. Sorry if we woke you up." "You didn't. I was going to get up anyway. I made coffee. It's still warm. Thank you." Daisy looked up and waved with a handful of ink. "Good morning, Mr. Matthew. Look how many drawings I've made already." He walked to the table. There were at least 5 papers, flowers, houses, a cat, a butterfly. "Did you wake up drawing?" "Uh-huh. I like to draw in the morning. The colors are prettier." Matthew smiled. "They are." He poured the coffee and sat down in the kitchen. From there he could hear everything. Jenna humming as she cleaned. Daisy mumbling to herself, telling stories to the drawings. The sound of the pencils scratching the paper. Jenna's soft steps on the marble floor. Matthew closed his eyes for a moment, just listening. It was strange, but it was good. Very good. The days continued to pass like this. Matthew started noticing the details. Children's drawings scattered around the house, on the dining table, on the kitchen counter, on the couch, on the entrance sideboard, once, even on his office desk. He didn't complain. He didn't throw them away. He gathered everything and put it in a box he had set aside just for that. Jenna's voice filling the empty rooms. She sang while she worked, old songs, some cheerful, others melancholic, but always with that softness that calmed him, that made the atmosphere lighter. And Daisy talked non-stop. "Mommy, why are clouds white?" "Because they are made of water, sweetie. But water is transparent." "It is. But when a lot of tiny water gathers in the sky, it turns white." "Oh, and why does it rain?" "Because the clouds get heavy and the water falls. And the sun, doesn't it dry the water?" "It does, but it takes time." Matthew smiled, listening to these conversations. Sometimes he stopped what he was doing just to listen better, just to feel that presence. The house had sounds now. It had movement. It had life. And for the first time, he realized that's what had always been missing. One day, Matthew left early for an important meeting downtown. A contract meeting, big proposal. Usually he was focused, excited about this sort of thing, but that day he could only think about returning home. The meeting ended in the middle of the afternoon. He drove back fast, anxious. He opened the door and felt it. The emptiness. Jenna and Daisy weren't there. Their work day was over. They had already left. The house was impeccable, as always, clean, organized, perfect, but dead. Matthew dropped his briefcase on the couch and stood still in the living room, looking around. There were no drawings on the table. There were no voices. There were no soft footsteps. There was none of Jenna's quiet singing. There were none of Daisy's endless questions. There was no life. He went to the kitchen, empty, silent. He went to the dining room. Nothing. Only the heavy silence. He went up to the office, sat in his chair, tried to work, but he couldn't concentrate. Something was missing. Someone was missing. And then Matthew understood, with a clarity that startled him. It was them. He missed them. Matthew stood still, processing that. It was strange, uncomfortable. He had lived alone for years. He always preferred it that way. He always thought silence was comfort, was peace. But now the silence was just empty. He looked at the clock. 5:30 in the afternoon. They would only be back tomorrow morning. 15 hours. 15 hours of an empty house. Matthew got up and went to the drawer where he kept Daisy's drawings. He opened it, took a few out. A colourful flower, a giant building, a drawing of the two of them holding hands. He smiled, a small but genuine smile, and realised something that both scared and warmed him. He didn't want to live alone anymore. Not like this. Not in this silence. The next day, Matthew woke up earlier than usual. He waited in the kitchen, drinking coffee, looking at the clock. When he heard the key in the door, his heart sped up. "Good morning," Daisy yelled, running in. "Good morning, Daisy. I brought a new drawing. Already. I made it last night. It's you again." She showed him. It was him, tall, in a suit, smiling. "Am I happy in the drawing?" "You are, because you get happy when we arrive." Matthew blinked. He swallowed hard. "I do. You do. We can tell." Jenna appeared at the door, smiling. "Good morning, Matthew." "Good morning." He looked at her, then at Daisy, then at the house around them. "It's good that you're here." Jenna tilted her head, noticing something different in his voice. "Is everything all right?" "Everything. Just really good." He couldn't explain more. He didn't have words for it, but Jenna understood. She saw it in his eyes. She saw the way he looked at Daisy, the way he breathed a sigh of relief. She smiled, her heart tight. "We like being here too." Matthew nodded and went to the office but left the door open to be able to listen. The voices, the laughter, the quiet singing, the life that now filled every corner of that house. That night, when Jenna and Daisy left, Matthew stood at the door. "See you tomorrow," Jenna said. "See you tomorrow." "Bye, Mr. Matthew," Daisy shouted, waving. "Bye, Daisy. Sleep well." He stayed there until they disappeared around the corner. He closed the door. The house went silent again. But it was different now, because he knew that tomorrow they would return, that the house would be filled with life again. And that made all the difference. Matthew went up to his room, lay down, and looked at the ceiling. He thought about how it was before, the loneliness he no longer even noticed, the emptiness that had become routine. And he thought about how it was now, the drawings, the laughter, the voices, the presence. He didn't know when exactly it had happened. But at some point, without realizing it, Jenna and Daisy had stopped being just people who worked there. They had become part of the house, part of his life. And Matthew didn't want that to change, ever again. He closed his eyes, his chest full of something he hadn't felt in years. It wasn't just comfort. It was belonging. It was the beginning of something he didn't yet have the courage to name. But it was real. And for the first time in a long time, Matthew slept peacefully, knowing that tomorrow the house would be alive again, knowing that he was no longer alone. January arrived quickly. The holidays ended. Christmas was over. New Year's passed. The streets returned to normal. People came back from trips. Life returned to its usual rhythm. Matthew's company did too. The construction projects that had stopped during the holidays resumed. Meetings flooded his schedule again. Calls all day, contracts to review, decisions to make. Matthew returned to his routine. He woke up early, worked in his home office until 9, left for the company, spent the whole day there. Meetings, site visits, more meetings. Before, he stayed late, 7, 8 at night, sometimes even later. That's how it had always been. But now it was different. In the first week of January, Matthew left the company at 6 in the evening. The project manager blinked, surprised. "Leaving already?" "I am." "But the client meeting? It can be tomorrow morning. Reschedule it." He grabbed his suit jacket and left. On the way, he realized he was driving fast. Anxious, he wanted to get home. When he walked in, he heard the voices. Jenna humming in the kitchen, Daisy laughing at something in the living room. Matthew stopped at the door, just listening. He took a deep breath and smiled. "Hi, Mr. Matthew." Daisy appeared running. "You're home early." "I am." "Do you want to see my new drawing?" "I do." She pulled him by the hand to the table. She showed him a drawing of a garden full of colourful flowers. "It's beautiful," he said. "I'm going to make one for you too, of a giant building." "I would love that." Jenna appeared at the kitchen door, surprised to see him. "Matthew, is something wrong?" "No, I just finished early today." "Oh, would you like dinner? There's some leftover food I made. You don't have to, But his stomach rumbled. Jenna laughed softly. "Come on, I'll warm it up." Matthew sat at the table while she prepared. Daisy stayed next to him drawing, talking non-stop about flowers and colours, and he realised he was happy there, simply sitting, listening, present. The next day, he left at 6 again, and the day after too, and the day after that it became routine. Matthew started coming home earlier every day without exception. The company employees found it strange. Before, the boss was the last to leave. Now, he left on time. "Is everything all right, boss?" the engineer asked. "It's great. It's just, you never leave early." Matthew gave a small smile. "I have reasons now." And he did. He started showing up in the kitchen for no specific reason, just to be near. Jenna was washing dishes when he walked in. "Do you need something?" she asked. "No, just came to get water." But he already had a bottle in the office. She noticed. She smiled, but didn't say anything. Matthew grabbed a glass, filled it slowly, drank it slowly, stood there, leaning against the counter. "How was your day?" he asked. "Quiet. I cleaned the living room, organized the office. Daisy drew all day. She never gets tired of drawing." "No, since you gave her the pencils, she hasn't stopped." Matthew smiled. "That's good." Comfortable silence. Jenna returned to washing dishes. He stayed there, just watching. The way she worked, calm, careful. How she hummed softly. He liked it. Being close, not being alone. After a few minutes, he said, "Thank you." Jenna turned. "For what?" "For taking care of the house. For being here." She blinked, surprised. Her eyes sparkled. "You're welcome, Matthew. We like being here." He nodded and went up to the office, but he came back half an hour later just to get more water. Jenna smiled. He did too. Matthew started asking about the drawings. Every time he saw Daisy drawing, he stopped. "What are you making there?" "A castle. Big. Huge. With towers and everything. And who lives in it?" "A princess. And a nice dragon." "A nice dragon." "Yes, he protects the castle." Matthew sat next to her. "And what does this dragon look like?" "Green, with big wings, and he breathes fire, but only to scare away bad guys." "Smart." Daisy smiled and continued drawing. Matthew stayed there, just watching. Sometimes he offered suggestions, sometimes he just listened. And he realized that those moments were the best part of his day. He started looking at the house differently. Before, he saw walls, furniture, empty spaces. Now he saw life, drawings on the table, pencils scattered, the blanket Daisy used when she dozed off on the couch, Jenna's coffee mug always in the same spot on the counter. Life. Small signs that this house was no longer a museum. It was a home. Matthew was in the office when he realized this. He looked out the window. He saw the garden outside. He saw the living room through the open door, and he understood. The house had changed. It had changed. One Saturday morning, Daisy was playing in the living room when she stopped and looked around. "How you know what I think, Mr. Matthew?" He was reading a report on the couch. He lowered the papers. "What?" "Your house is happy when we come." Matthew blinked. "The house is happy." "It is. It smiles." "Houses don't smile, Daisy." "This one does. I can see it." She went back to drawing as if she had stated the most obvious thing in the world. Matthew stood still, looking at her. Then he looked at the house, at the drawings, at the colors, at the life that now filled everything. Your house is happy when we come. He carried that phrase with him all day, while working in the office, while eating lunch, while talking to Jenna in the kitchen. The phrase echoed in his head, and he realized that Daisy was right. The house didn't smile, but he did. Every time they arrived, every time he heard their voices, every time he saw the drawings scattered around, he smiled. Because for the first time in years, the house wasn't just a place where he slept. It was a place where he lived truly. That night, after Jenna and Daisy had left, Matthew stood alone in the living room. He picked up one of the drawings Daisy had left. It was the house, with flowers in front, and 3 windows drawn as if they were eyes and a mouth. The house was smiling in the drawing. Matthew ran his finger over the paper. Your house is happy when we come. He put the drawing away with the others, went up to his room, lay down, and thought. He thought about how it was before. The constant loneliness, the silence, the emptiness. And he thought about how it was now. The voices, the laughter, the presence. He didn't want to go back to how it was before. Ever again. Matthew closed his eyes, Daisy's phrase still echoing. And he realized something simple, yet profound. It wasn't just the house that was happy when they arrived. It was him. He was happy, and he no longer wanted to live without that happiness, without that life, without them. The afternoon started normally. Jenna was cleaning the living room. Daisy was drawing at the dining table, humming softly. Matthew was working in the office, but with the door open, listening to the sounds of the house. Then the sky darkened. Too quickly, Matthew looked out the window. Heavy, dark clouds forming. The wind started blowing hard, shaking the trees in the garden. A thunderclap echoed, loud, frightening. Daisy stopped drawing. "Mommy, it's okay, sweetie." Another thunderclap, louder, closer. Daisy dropped the pencil and ran to Jenna. "Mommy, I'm scared." Jenna dropped the cloth and hugged her daughter. "Calm down, it's just noise." But the rain started, heavy, violent, hitting the windows as if trying to get in. Matthew rushed down the stairs. He saw Daisy clinging to her mother, trembling. "Is everything all right here?" Jenna looked at him, worried. "It is. She just got scared." Another thunderclap. Daisy flinched. "I want to go home," she said, tearfully. Jenna looked out the window. The rain was torrential now, lightning slicing through the sky, thunder shaking the walls. "We need to go, Matthew," she said nervously. "Sorry, but no." He took a step forward. "Don't go out now. It's dangerous. But we live far away. If the rain gets worse, all the more reason. Stay here until it passes." Jenna hesitated. She looked at her daughter, at the storm outside, at Matthew. "I don't want to be a bother." He shook his head. "You are not a bother." He paused, took a deep breath. "Please stay. I enjoy your company." The silence that followed was different from the others. Jenna looked at him, really looked. She saw something in his eyes she had never seen before. Vulnerability. "Are you sure?" she asked quietly. "I am." Another thunderclap. Daisy held on tighter to her mother. Jenna nodded. "Okay, we'll stay until it passes." Matthew breathed a sigh of relief. "I'll prepare something for us to eat." The rain kept falling. Matthew went to the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. He had chicken, vegetables, pasta. He wasn't an excellent cook, but he knew the basics. He started preparing dinner, grilled the chicken, sautéed the vegetables, cooked the pasta. Jenna appeared at the door with Daisy still clinging to her. "Do you need help?" "No, you can stay with her." "Matthew, I can..." "I know, but today I'll do it. You two rest." Jenna stood there, watching. Seeing Matthew cook was strange, but it was good. Daisy finally let go of her mother and went to the window, watching the rain from afar. "That's a lot of water," she said. "It is," Matthew agreed, "but it's safe inside here." "Is your house strong?" "Very strong. Nothing gets in here." Daisy seemed to calm down a bit. Half an hour later, dinner was ready. Matthew set the table. He put out 3 plates, 3 glasses, cutlery, napkins. He lit a candle in the center of the table. Not because the power was out, but because It looked nice. You can come, he called. Jenna came with Daisy. She stopped when she saw the set table. Matthew, sit down. They sat. Matthew served. Grilled chicken, vegetables, pasta with simple sauce. Daisy tasted it and smiled. Out, it's yummy. Thank you. You can cook. I know the basics. Jenna ate slowly, observing everything. The table, the candle, Matthew across from her, Daisy next to her, calmer now. It felt like a family. The word came before she could stop it, and it hurt. It hurt because it wasn't true. It hurt because it could never be. But it felt like it. They ate in silence for a few minutes. The rain continued outside, but inside it was warm. Safe. Mommy, can I have more? Daisy asked. You can, sweetie. Matthew served her more. He smiled, watching the girl eat heartily. Do you like to cook? Jenna asked. Not much, but it's not bad. Have you lived alone for a long time? He nodded. I have. Since my parents died. Jenna blinked. I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's okay. It was a long time ago. How old were you? 23. Wow, so young. Matthew gave a small, sad smile. I was. But life goes on, right? It had to go on, and you never met someone. Married. He shook his head. I dated a few times, but it never worked out. I worked too much. I didn't know how to be present. And now, he looked at her directly in the eyes. Now I'm learning. Jenna felt her face heat up. She looked away. Daisy, don't play with your food, sweetie. The girl was stacking pieces of vegetables on her fork. Sorry, Matthew smiled. She can play. Today she can. After dinner, they stayed in the living room. Daisy lay down on the couch, tired. Jenna covered her with a blanket. The girl closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. Matthew and Jenna sat in the armchairs, facing each other. The rain was still falling, calmer now. Thank you, Jenna said quietly, for letting us stay, for everything. You don't need to thank me. She looked at Daisy sleeping, then at him. You've been so kind to us. I don't know how to truly thank you. You don't have to thank me. He stopped, searching for words. I needed you here as much as you needed to be here. Jenna felt her eyes sting. I never expected to meet someone like you. Like me. Kind. Patient. Who cares? She took a deep breath. After my husband died, I thought the world was just bad people. People who don't care. Matthew remained silent. Waiting, Jenna continued, her voice trembling slightly. He was a good man, hard worker, did everything for me and Daisy. She wiped away a tear. But the company he worked for, they didn't care. They didn't care about him. What company was it? Jenna looked at him. Hale Construction. Matthew felt the floor disappear beneath his feet. His heart stopped. The air grew heavy. What? His voice came out hoarse. Hale Construction. It's a big construction company. He worked there as a laborer. Matthew couldn't speak. He could only listen. Jenna continued, her eyes distant, lost in memories. He was pressured all the time, impossible targets. He had to finish projects quickly, always quickly. He worked overtime every day, came home late, tired, exhausted. She wiped away another tear. I told him to rest, to talk to his boss, but he was afraid of losing his job. We needed the money. So he endured it. Matthew felt his throat closing up, his chest tightening. He couldn't breathe properly. He was stressed all the time, slept badly, ate badly. I watched him wasting away, but I didn't know how to help. Jenna closed her eyes. Until one day, he had a heart attack on the construction site, in the middle of work. Silence. When I got the call at the hospital, he had already died when he arrived. Her voice broke. The company said it was a fatality, that they couldn't do anything, that it wasn't their fault. She looked at Matthew, her eyes red. They didn't help at all. Nothing. Not with the funeral, not with money, nothing. I was left alone with a baby. No money. Nothing. Matthew was motionless, frozen. guilt crushing him in a way he had never felt. It was his company. The pressure was his fault. The targets were his. The death was his fault. I'm so sorry, he managed to say, his voice breaking. Jenna wiped her face. It's not your fault, Matthew. You have nothing to do with it. Sometimes I need to talk about him, so I don't forget. But it was his fault. Everything was his fault. Jenna looked at him, noticing the heavy silence. Sorry, I shouldn't have said anything. I made things awkward. No, you can talk. He couldn't continue. Jenna interpreted the silence as discomfort, as if she had said too much, as if she had crossed a line. I think the rain has stopped, she said, getting up. We can go. Jenna, thank you for dinner and for letting us stay. She went to Daisy and gently woke her up. Come on, sweetie, let's go home. Jenna, wait. But she was already at the door gathering her things. Daisy, sleepy, held her mother's hand. A good night, Matthew. And they left. The door closed. Matthew was left alone in the living room, motionless, in shock, guilt consuming him alive. He didn't sleep that night. He sat in the office, staring at the wall, thinking about Jenna's husband, the man who died working for him, thinking about the targets, the pressure, the overtime, everything he had built, everything he had created. It had killed a man and left a woman alone, with a child. Jenna, Daisy. God, Daisy. Matthew put his head in his hands, and for the first time in years, he cried. The next day, Jenna arrived later than normal. Matthew was in the kitchen, waiting. Good morning, she said, formally, distant. Good morning. Heavy silence. Daisy went to draw in the living room, sensing the tension. Jenna stood still, holding her purse. Matthew, I need to say something. He looked at her, his heart heavy. Say it. She took a deep breath. I think it's best if I don't work here anymore. The words were like a punch. What? Why? I said too much yesterday. I made things awkward. And I don't want it to be uncomfortable for you. Jenna, it wasn't. It was. I saw it. You got quiet. I crossed a line. So it's better this way. No, wait, please. But she was already turning away. I'll finish the week, to give you time to find someone else. Jenna, sorry, Matthew. And she went to the living room to start working. Matthew was left alone in the kitchen, the world crumbling around him. He had lost. He had lost before he even realized how much they meant. And it was all his fault. It always had been. Matthew couldn't work for the next few days. He couldn't sleep properly, couldn't eat, couldn't think about anything else. Jenna's husband's story was destroying him inside. He lay in the dark, hearing her words echoing. He was pressured all the time. Impossible targets. Worked overtime every day. Had a heart attack on the construction site. The company said it was a fatality. The guilt was suffocating, heavy, unbearable. He had built that system. He had created that pressure. He had killed a man, and he had destroyed a family. Jenna, Daisy. Matthew got out of bed in the middle of the night, went to the office, turned on the computer, and started searching. He opened the company's files from the last 5 years, HR reports, employee records, workplace accident documents. He started reading everything, every page, every line. And what he found made him sick. Excessive demands, impossible targets, absurd deadlines, constant pressure from supervisors, vague threats of firing if they didn't meet the targets, unpaid overtime, exhausted workers, frequent accidents. He read testimonies from employees who had left, ignored complaints, denied requests for help. My supervisor said if I didn't finish by Friday, I'd be out. I worked 14 hours straight. No break, no lunch. I asked to go to the doctor. They said there was no time. Matthew ran his hand over his face, feeling nauseous. How had he not seen this? How had he let it get to this point? He continued searching. He found the name. Jenna's husband, Daniel Carter, laborer, worked for 3 years at the company. Matthew opened his file. Overtime record, 60 hours of overtime in the last month. 58 the month before, 62 the month before that. Filed complaints. I need a day off. I'm exhausted. Supervisor's response, impossible. The project needs to be finished. Another complaint. I'm not feeling well. Chest pains. Response, go to the doctor on the weekend. Matthew closed his eyes, his hand trembling on the mouse. Daniel had asked for help, and he was ignored until he died. Matthew got up and went to the window. He looked out at the dark garden, and for the first time in his life, he hated himself. He hated what he had built. He hated what he had allowed. He hated the man he had become, but hatred wouldn't change anything. He needed to act. Matthew scheduled an urgent meeting with the entire board of directors. On Monday morning, everyone was in the conference room. 10 people, directors, managers, supervisors. Good morning, Matthew said, walking in. Good morning, boss. What happened? You look tired. I know. He sat at the head of the table. I need to talk about something important. Everyone went silent. Matthew took a deep breath. I spent the last few days reviewing our processes, our policies, our work culture. Is everything okay? The operations director asked. No, it is not. Tense silence. I discovered things that shouldn't be happening. Excessive demands, abusive targets, lack of human care, too much overtime, constant pressure. The project manager shifted uncomfortably. Matthew, these are normal practices in the sector. Everyone does. No. Matthew slammed his hand on the table. I don't care what everyone does. I care about what we do. And what we're doing is wrong. But the targets killed a man. Absolute silence. Matthew continued, his voice firm. Daniel Carter, laborer, worked here for 3 years, died of a heart attack on a construction site, exhausted, worn out, because we pressured him until he couldn't take it anymore. Matthew, that was my fault. He looked at every person at the table. Our fault. We created this system. We allowed it, and we are going to change. The financial director frowned. Change how? Matthew picked up a folder and opened it. I made a list of immediate changes. He began to read. Workload limit. No one works more than 44 hours a week. No mandatory overtime. If needed, it's voluntary and paid double. Matthew, this will delay. I don't care. Next. He read the next item. Medical and psychological support. We will hire an occupational health team. Doctors, psychologists, available to all employees. Free. This will cost, I don't care how much it costs. People's lives are worth more. More items. Mandatory breaks. No one works more than 4 hours straight without a rest. 1 hour lunch break. No exceptions. Human and responsible culture. We will train all supervisors. Empathy, communication, care. If someone doesn't adapt, they leave. He closed the folder. And we are going to review all targets. If they are impossible, we change them. The priority now is people, not numbers. The operations director shook his head. Matthew, you're being emotional. This isn't feasible. It is feasible, and it will happen. He looked firmly. I will not build anything else on anyone's suffering. I need to learn to listen more, and so do you. What if the investors don't agree? Then we lose the investors, but we don't lose any more lives. Heavy silence. Matthew stood up. This is not negotiable. Whoever doesn't agree can leave. But the company will change. Starting today. He left the room, leaving everyone in shock. In the following days, Matthew worked non-stop. He hired psychologists, occupational doctors, HR consultants specialized in well-being. He changed contracts, revised targets, cut absurd deadlines. He fired 2 supervisors who refused to change. He raised salaries, created benefits. He implemented rotating days off, and he visited all the construction sites. Personally, he talked to laborers, masons, assistants. He asked how they were, what they needed, how he could improve things. At first, they found it strange. They were suspicious. But little by little, they started talking. I were less tired. We can eat lunch properly now. The The supervisor stopped shouting. There's a doctor if we need one. Matthew listened to everything, took notes, changed more things, because it wasn't just about fixing the company. It was about fixing himself. It was the greatest act of repair in his life. It wouldn't bring Daniel back. It wouldn't erase the past. It wouldn't take away Jenna's pain, but it would prevent it from happening again. And maybe, just maybe, it would make him a better man. A man Jenna could respect. A man Daisy could admire. 3 weeks later, Matthew was in the office when he received an email. It was from a laborer, someone he had talked to at one of the construction sites. Mr. Hale, thank you for the changes. My wife says I'm happier. My son says I play with him more. Thank you for caring. Matthew read and reread the email, and he felt something warm in his chest. It wasn't forgiveness, it wasn't redemption, but it was a start. He opened the drawer and took out Daisy's drawing. You are my new friend. He looked at it for a long time, and whispered to himself, I'm going to become someone who deserves this, even if Jenna never came back, even if Daisy never drew for him again. He was going to be better, because now he understood it wasn't just about building buildings, it was about building lives. And he had failed at that, but he wouldn't fail again, ever again. Matthew was in the office when the phone rang. He looked at the screen, unknown number. He answered, his heart racing. Hello? Matthew. It was Jenna. He jumped to his feet. Jenna, hi. Silence on the other end. Then she said, her voice low, do you still need someone to work at the house? Matthew closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. The relief was so strong it almost hurt. I do, I always have. Another silence. Can I come back? You can. Please do. She took a deep breath. But it has to be different now, Matthew. Professional, respectful, without me talking too much, without crossing lines. Jenna, I need the job, but I need boundaries. To protect myself and Daisy. He swallowed hard. All right, the way you want it. Then I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8. See you tomorrow, Matthew. She hung up. Matthew held the phone, his heart beating fast. She was coming back. He had one more chance. Jenna arrived the next day punctually. Daisy came along, quieter than usual. Good morning, Jenna said formally. Good morning. I'll start with the living room. Of course. She went to work. Matthew stood there, wanting to say something, but he didn't know how. Daisy sat at the table, drawing in silence, not talking, not asking questions, not smiling. Matthew felt his heart clench. He had broken something. And he didn't know if he could fix it. The first few days were tense. Jenna worked in silence, professional, distant, polite, but cold. Matthew respected it. He didn't pressure her. He didn't try to force conversation, but he watched. He saw how she avoided looking him in the eyes, how she left the kitchen when he entered, how she kept her distance. And it hurt. Daisy was different too. She still drew, but she left the papers on the table. She no longer showed them to him. She didn't ask about buildings. She didn't smile. Matthew missed those moments. He missed them both. A week later, he came home early. Daisy was drawing. He stopped near the table. Can I see? She looked at him, hesitant, then pushed the paper toward him. It was a garden full of flowers. It's beautiful, he said. Thank you. Silence. Matthew sat next to her. Daisy, are you mad at me? She shook her head. No. Then why don't you talk to me anymore? She looked at her own hands. Mommy got sad because of something. It was after that night. Matthew felt his chest tighten. It wasn't your fault. Or your mother's. It was mine. Daisy looked at him serious. Can you fix it? I'm trying. Then keep trying, because Mommy is happier when she comes here. She went back to drawing. Matthew stood still, processing. Mommy is happier when she comes here. He had to try harder. Matthew started coming home earlier every day. He appeared in the living room when Daisy was drawing. Can I see? And she would show him. Hesitant at first, but little by little, relaxing. He asked about the drawings, about the colors, about the stories. Is this flower special? It is. It glows in the dark. That's incredible. And little by little, Daisy started talking again, smiling, being herself. Jenna saw everything from afar, and something inside her started to melt. 2 weeks later, Matthew was in the kitchen when Jenna walked in. "Do you need something?" she asked. "Just came to get coffee." She nodded. He stood there. Then he said, quietly, "The changes at the company, they are working." Jenna stopped. "What changes?" "I changed everything." After that night, he took a deep breath. "I changed the targets. I set our limits. I hired doctors, psychologists. I changed the whole culture." She turned, surprised. "Why?" Matthew looked at her. "Because of what you told me. About your husband, what he went through. I don't want anyone else to go through that ever again." Jenna stood in silence, her eyes glistening. "You did that because of Daniel. Because of him. Because of you. Because I realized I was wrong." He took a step forward, and that I needed to change. Her eyes became moist. "Matthew, I know it doesn't change the past. It doesn't bring him back, but I needed to do something." She wiped away a tear. "Thank you for caring." "I care, Jenna, very much." They stood there looking at each other, and for the first time in weeks, the distance seemed smaller. After that, things changed. Slowly, naturally. Jenna started talking more about Daisy, about life, about small things. Matthew listened, really listened. He asked questions. He cared. One evening, the rain started heavily again. Daisy became nervous. "I think we'll have to wait," Jenna said. "Stay for dinner," Matthew said. "Please." She hesitated, then nodded. "All right." They ate dinner together, the three of them. Daisy talking non-stop, Jenna smiling, Matthew genuinely laughing, and realizing that this was what he wanted most. The dinners began to happen more often. Once a week, then twice, then 3 times. Matthew cooked. Jenna helped. Daisy set the table, proud. They talked about everything, about the day, about plans, about dreams. "Daisy wants to be an artist when she grows up," Jenna said. "Really?" Matthew looked at the girl. "I do. I'm going to draw pretty houses and giant buildings." "You'll be great." "Can you teach me about buildings?" "I can, whenever you want." Daisy smiled hugely. Jenna looked at Matthew and saw something different in him. He was no longer the closed-off and distant man. He was present, someone who cared. And she realized she liked him, not as a boss, as a man. Matthew was also noticing things. How Jenna's smile lit up the room. How her laughter was the best part of his day. How anxiously he waited for their arrival. How much he missed them when they left. Jenna was no longer just a maid. She was no longer just a mother in need. She was someone he admired, for her strength, for her dignity. She was someone he respected, for her choices, for her courage. And she was someone he wanted near, always. One evening after dinner, Daisy fell asleep on the couch. Matthew covered her. Jenna came into the living room. "She loves sleeping here," Jenna said quietly. "She can sleep here whenever she wants." Jenna smiled. "You've changed a lot, Matthew." "I have." "You have. You were so closed off. And now, you're different. It's because of you two." She looked at him, surprised. "What do you mean?" "You taught me how to live again, how to feel, how to care." He took a deep breath. "I didn't know that's what was missing until you arrived." Jenna felt her heart race. "Matthew, I know it's still complicated. I know I messed things up, but I..." Pause. "I like having you here more than I should." She was silent. Then she said softly, "I like being here too. We like it." They stood there, looking at each other, and Matthew realized that something had changed. It was no longer boss and employee. It was something more, something real, something he didn't want to lose. Ever again. Jenna gave a small smile and went to pick up Daisy to take her home. But before leaving, she looked back. "Matthew? Yes? Thank you for everything. For being you." He nodded, speechless. And when the door closed, he stood there, alone in the living room. but not feeling lonely, because he knew that tomorrow they would return, and that every day the distance between them got smaller. Every day he got closer to something he never thought he would have again. A family, a home, love. Matthew went up to his room, his heart lighter than it had been in years, and for the first time he allowed himself to dream of a future where Jenna and Daisy were not just visitors, where they were a permanent part of his life, where they were his and he was theirs forever. Matthew spent the whole night awake, thinking, deciding, planning. He knew what he needed to do, but he was afraid of messing everything up, afraid of losing the two people who mattered most, but he was even more afraid of not trying, of letting life pass him by, of continuing in that strange situation where Jenna worked for him, but meant so much more. He didn't want to mix things up anymore. He didn't want her to be his employee. He wanted her to be free and his. The next morning, when Jenna arrived, Matthew was waiting in the kitchen. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning, Jenna. Do you have a minute? I need to talk to you." She stopped, worried. "Did something happen?" "No, nothing bad. I just need to talk." Jenna looked at Daisy, who was already drawing in the living room. "All right." They sat at the table. Matthew intertwined his hands, nervous. "I've been thinking a lot these past few weeks. About you, about Daisy, about everything that happened." Jenna waited, her heart racing. "And I realized something." He looked her in the eyes. "I don't want you to work for me anymore." Her face went pale. "What? Matthew? Did I do something wrong?" "No, that's not it." He raised his hand. "You're perfect. The job is perfect. But I don't want to mix things up anymore." "Mix up? Work and feelings?" Jenna was motionless. Matthew took a deep breath and continued. "I want to guarantee Daisy's education, school, supplies, everything she needs, until college, if she wants. I want to do that. Matthew, I can't accept, and I don't want you to work here as an employee anymore." Tears began to well up in her eyes. "Why?" Matthew stood up. He walked to the other side of the table. He crouched down in front of her, meeting her gaze, and he said, simply and truthfully, "Because I want you in my life, in another way." Jenna held her breath. "I don't want you to be here because you need the money. I want you to be here because you want to, because you like it." He squeezed her hand. "Because we mean something to each other." Her tears began to fall. "I want to try something real, Jenna. No roles, no hierarchy, no obligation." He squeezed her hand. "Just you and me. Trying. Building something together." "For real?" she cried, unable to speak. "You don't have to answer now," he said quickly. "You can think." "Yes." Matthew blinked. "What?" "Yes." She wiped her tears, smiling. "I want to try. Are you sure?" "I am." He let out a relieved laugh. "Aren't you scared?" "I am. Very much." She held his hand tightly. "Scared of getting hurt, of hurting Daisy." But she looked toward the living room, where her daughter was drawing, then looked back at him. "But when we're here, I feel at home, and it's been so long since I felt that." Matthew felt his eyes sting. "Then let's try. Let's." They stayed there, holding hands in silence, until they heard small footsteps. Daisy appeared at the door, holding a drawing. "Why are you crying?" Jenna laughed, wiping her face. "We're not crying, sweetie, we're happy. Happy crying." "Yes, that's a thing." Daisy didn't understand, but she shrugged and walked over to Matthew. "I made a drawing. Want to see?" "I do." It was the three of them, in the house, with a huge smiling sun. Matthew looked at the drawing, then at Daisy, then at Jenna. "It's perfect. It's us," Daisy explained. "Together. We're going to be together now, right?" "We are," Matthew said. "Forever." He looked at Jenna. She nodded, smiling through her tears. "Forever." Daisy smiled hugely and threw herself into his arms. Matthew caught her, hugging her tight. Jenna stood up and came closer. Daisy reached out an arm to her. Jenna joined the hug, the three of them there, together, embracing. Matthew closed his eyes. He felt Daisy's weight in his arms. He felt Jenna's warmth beside him. He felt his heart so full it almost hurt. A family beginning to be born. Slowly, in the right time, in the right way. Later, when Daisy went back to drawing, Matthew and Jenna stayed in the kitchen. I want to do this right, he said. No rush, your way. Our way, she corrected him. Our way. He held out his hand. Jenna looked at it. She hesitated for a second, then she took it. Matthew intertwined his fingers with hers. For the first time, for real. It was simple, small, but it meant everything. Thank you, Jenna said quietly. For what? For not giving up, for changing, for seeing us. Thank you for letting me try, for giving me a chance. They stood there, holding hands, looking out the window. Outside, the sun was shining, the trees were swaying. Life continued, but inside, something new had begun. Something still fragile, but real strong true. Matthew looked at Jenna, she looked back, and they smiled, because they knew it wouldn't be easy, that there would be challenges, that there would be fears, but they were going to try. Together. 6 months later, the house was no longer silent. It was full of life, drawings on the refrigerator, toys on the floor, laughter echoing through the hallways. Daisy ran barefoot through the house. Jenna sang in the kitchen. Matthew worked in the office, but always with the door open, because he didn't want to miss a single sound, a single moment. One evening, the three of them were on the couch watching a movie. Daisy in the middle, almost asleep. Jenna leaning against Matthew's shoulder, his arm around her. Are you happy? She asked quietly. Very, and you? Very. They stayed there, in comfortable silence. Matthew looked at Daisy sleeping, at Jenna by his side, at the house around them that was no longer empty, and he realized he had found what he had always been searching for without knowing it. It wasn't success, it wasn't buildings, it wasn't money. It was this, that moment, those people, that quiet and deep love. It was family, it was home, it was everything. On the refrigerator, a new drawing by Daisy was hanging with a magnet. 3 people holding hands, smiling, and underneath, written in crooked letters, my family. Matthew saw that drawing every day, and every day he smiled, because it was true. They were a family now, built not of blood, but of choice, of care, of patience, of love that grew slowly, day after day. Matthew kissed the top of Jenna's head. She looked up, smiling. I love you, he said. For the first time, she held his face with both hands. I love you too. And they kissed. Softly, slowly, right. While Daisy slept between them, safe, loved, at home. The end. The house that was once a silent tomb now breathed. And Matthew, who was once alone, now had everything. He had a little girl who called him her friend. He had a woman who loved him truly. He had a family, and he would never let them go forever. If this story touched your heart, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next ones. Leave a like, because it helps this story get recommended to more people. See you in the next story. Billionaire sees a poor mother with baby twins rummaging through the trash on Christmas Eve. What he does is unbelievable. Snow fell slowly over the downtown streets, covering everything with a thin, icy layer. Store windows sparkled with colored lights, and families hurried past, carrying bags full of gifts. It was Christmas Eve, and the entire city seemed wrapped in an atmosphere of joy and anticipation, but not everyone felt it. Claire was crouched beside a dumpster on a busy street corner, her hands trembling from the cold, as she rummaged through plastic bags, searching for anything that might be useful. Beside her, in an old worn baby carriage, two little girls slept wrapped in thin blankets, their cheeks pink from the cold, contrasted with the light blonde hair escaping from their frayed wool hats. Their closed eyes were surrounded by almost transparent lashes. They were no more than a few months old. Claire pulled out a half-opened packet of cookies from the trash. It was damp, but still seemed edible. She put it in the pocket of her threadbare coat and continued searching. Her eyes were red, not only from the cold, but also from exhaustion and frustration. Less than a year ago, her life was completely different. She had a husband, a small but comfortable home, and plans for the future. But everything fell apart so quickly that she barely had time to process it. First, the accident that took his life. Then, the debts she didn't even know existed. And finally, the eviction 3 weeks ago, which left her on the streets with 2 newborn babies. She tried asking for help. She knocked on the doors of acquaintances, called social assistance numbers, and looked for shelters. But the beds were always full, and no one seemed to have a quick solution. Meanwhile, the girls needed to eat, and they needed warmth. One of the babies started crying softly, a weak, tired cry. Claire dropped the trash bag and went to the carriage, rocking it slowly. Shh, my love. It will be okay soon. But she didn't know if that was true. The other baby woke up too, and both began whimpering together. Claire felt a knot in her throat. She no longer had breast milk. She didn't have money to buy formula. She had nothing. I'm sorry, she whispered, stroking their little faces with her freezing hand. Tears began to stream down her face, but she quickly wiped them away. She couldn't afford to break down now. She had to be strong. She went back to rummaging through the trash, ignoring the disapproving looks of the people passing by. Some avoided her path. Others simply pretended not to see. Claire was already used to it. The snow kept falling, and the cold seemed to penetrate her bones. Claire pulled her coat closer to her body and blew on her hands to try and warm them. The girls were crying louder now, and she knew it wasn't just hunger. It was cold, discomfort. Claire felt desperation rising in her throat. She looked around, seeing happy people going in and out of stores, loaded with gifts and smiles. We're cold and hungry, she muttered to herself, her voice cracking. We're cold and hungry. It was then that she heard approaching footsteps, firm steps, but unhurried. Claire looked up and saw a man standing a few feet away, watching her. He was tall, wearing a dark, impeccably tailored overcoat, with his hands in his pockets. His eyes were serious, but there was no judgment in them. Claire felt a mixture of shame and anger. Just another person who would stand there, staring as if she were a sad street spectacle. She went back to rummaging in the trash, trying to ignore him, but the man didn't move. He remained there, watching in silence. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, he finally spoke. Don't you want to spend Christmas at home? His voice was deep, but there was a hint of kindness in it. Claire looked up again, surprised by the question. What kind of question was that? Of course, she wanted to spend Christmas at home. Everyone did. I don't have a home, she replied, her voice coming out harsher than intended. The man nodded slowly, as if he had expected this answer. He took his hands out of his pockets and took a step forward. I do. Claire frowned, confused. She looked at him with suspicion. Men offering help on the street rarely had good intentions. I don't need charity, she said, turning her attention back to the carriage. One of the babies was still crying, and Claire picked her up, cradling her against her chest. It's not charity, the man said, his voice calm. It's Christmas. Claire didn't answer. She continued cradling the baby, feeling the tiny body tremble with cold. The little girl's light eyes were full of tears, and Claire felt her heart break. The man moved a little closer. He stopped beside the carriage and looked at the babies. How old are they? 4 months, Claire replied, still suspicious. They're twins. He nodded, and for a moment he was silent, just looking at the girls. Then he raised his eyes to Claire. And my place is 10 minutes from here. I have hot food. It's a safe place, heating. You can spend the night there. No strings attached, no hidden motives. I just Don't want you to spend Christmas on the street. Claire stared at him, trying to figure out if this was real or some kind of trap. But there was something in his eyes that made her hesitate. He seemed sincere. Why would you do that? The man shrugged, but the gesture wasn't casual. When he spoke, the words came out slowly, laden with meaning, because I've been hungry myself, and I know the pain of having nothing. Claire felt a pang in her chest. She looked at the babies, who were still crying softly, and then at the man in front of her. All her defenses screamed not to trust, not to accept, but she was tired. Tired of fighting alone, tired of seeing her daughters suffer, and deep down, she knew she had no choice. Okay, she finally said, her voice trembling, but just for tonight. The man nodded, and for the first time, something that might be a smile crossed his lips. Just for tonight. He took the carriage and began pushing it down the street. Claire walked beside him, holding the baby in her arms and trying to process what was happening. She didn't know who this man was. She didn't know if she could trust him. But at that moment, she had no other option. They walked in silence through the illuminated streets. The snow kept falling, but now it seemed less hostile. The man walked with firm steps, but occasionally looked back to make sure Claire was keeping up. After a few minutes, the man stopped in front of a sleek building. The facade was modern, with large glass windows and a lighted entrance. A uniformed doorman greeted the man with a respectful nod and opened the door for them. Good evening, Mr. Ryan. Claire hesitated at the entrance, feeling completely out of place. She was wearing dirty clothes, her hair was disheveled, and she was carrying a baby while the other slept in the shabby carriage. Ryan noticed her hesitation. It's okay, please come in. Claire took a deep breath and stepped inside. The warmth of the entrance hall enveloped her like a hug, and she felt her legs weaken. It had been so long since she had felt real warmth. They took the elevator up to one of the highest floors. The baby in her arms began to calm down with the heat, her light eyes blinking slowly. When the doors opened, Ryan pushed the carriage to a door at the end of the corridor and opened it. The apartment was large and impeccably decorated. There was a Christmas tree in the corner of the living room, adorned with gold and silver lights. The dining table was set with plates, silverware, and crystal glasses, and the smell of home-cooked food filled the air. Claire felt her stomach rumble. Come in, Ryan said, taking off his overcoat. You can leave the carriage nearby. Claire obeyed, still in shock. She carefully put the baby back in the carriage and just stood there. The girls had stopped crying, as if sensing they were finally in a safe place. Ryan went to the kitchen and returned with a steaming bowl of soup. Sit down. You must be hungry. Claire sat down slowly, as if afraid she might break something. He placed the bowl in front of her and went back to get fresh bread and a glass of water. Claire looked at the food and felt her eyes fill with tears. Thank you, she whispered, her voice choked. Ryan nodded and sat at the other end of the table, watching her in silence as she began to eat. Claire tried to go slowly, but the hunger was so great that she could barely control herself. The soup was delicious, with a home-cooked flavor she hadn't tasted in months. What about you? Aren't you going to eat? I already ate. Make yourself comfortable. Claire went back to eating, and after a few minutes, Ryan got up and went to the carriage. He carefully picked up one of the babies. Claire stopped eating for a second, watching him. It's okay. I just want them to be more comfortable. He sat down on the sofa, cradling the baby gently. The blonde girl opened her light eyes for a second, looked at him, and then closed them again, relaxing in his arms. For the first time in weeks, Claire felt something akin to relief. She finished eating in silence. When she looked up, she saw Ryan still sitting on the sofa, looking at the baby in his arms with a strange expression. There was sadness there. What's your name? She asked. He looked up at her. Ryan, Claire, and they are Emma and Lily. Ryan nodded, looking at the baby in his arms. They're beautiful. Claire felt a lump in her throat. No one had said that in a long time. Ryan then spoke again, his voice soft. You can sleep in the guest room. There's a crib there that might work for the girls. Claire nodded, still processing everything. She didn't know what to think of this man, but she was too grateful to question it. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. Ryan nodded, and for the first time, Claire saw something that might be a genuine smile on his face. It was Merry Christmas, Claire. She felt a knot in her throat, but managed to smile back. Merry Christmas, Ryan. Ryan carefully stood up, still holding the baby, and nodded for Claire to follow him. She picked up the other girl from the carriage, and together they walked down the hall to the guest room. The room was simple but cozy, with a large bed covered with a white comforter, a light wood dresser, and, yes, a crib in the corner. I'll get some clean clothes and towels, Ryan said, carefully putting the baby in the crib. The bathroom is right there. You can take a shower if you want. Claire just nodded. When Ryan left the room, she sat on the bed and looked around. This was real. She was actually there in a safe, warm place with her daughters. She picked up the babies and placed them in the crib together, covering them with the soft blankets. They fell asleep almost immediately, their little blonde faces relaxed and peaceful. Claire then allowed herself to cry. She cried from relief, from exhaustion, from gratitude. She cried for everything she had lost and for everything she still had. Ryan returned a few minutes later with clean towels and a large t-shirt. He placed everything on the bed. Rest. If you need anything, my room is the last one down the hall. Claire wiped her tears and looked at him. Why are you doing this? Ryan was silent for a moment, looking at the sleeping babies. Because someone did it for me once. When I had nothing, someone gave me a chance, and it changed everything. He left the room, carefully closing the door. Claire sat on the bed for a few more minutes, just looking at her daughters sleeping peacefully. For the first time in weeks, they were not cold or hungry, they were safe. She stood up and went to the bathroom. The hot water fell over her cold body, and she felt her muscles relax. There was shampoo, soap, everything clean and fragrant. Claire washed her hair for the first time in days, cleaned the street grime, and when she stepped out of the shower, she felt almost human again. She put on the t-shirt Ryan had left and returned to the room. The babies were still sleeping, their little chests rising and falling at a peaceful rhythm. Claire lay down on the bed, her body sinking into the soft mattress. She couldn't remember the last time she had slept in a real bed. In recent days, it had been the cold floor of crowded shelters or park benches when she couldn't find a spot anywhere. She closed her eyes, but couldn't sleep immediately. Her mind was still processing everything that had happened. A few hours ago, she was rummaging through trash, hopeless, not knowing how she would survive. And now she was there, in a warm, safe apartment, with her daughters well fed and sleeping peacefully, and all because of a stranger named Ryan. Claire didn't know who he was, or why he had done this, but that night he had been the answer to a prayer she didn't even know she was making. She finally closed her eyes and let sleep take her. And on that cold Christmas Eve night, two strangers and two little babies found something none of them expected, a place to belong, even if it was just for one night. Claire woke up to sunlight streaming through the window. For a moment, she didn't know where she was. Then the memories of the previous night came back, the snow, the dumpster, the stranger who brought her home. Ryan. She quickly sat up in bed and looked at the crib. The twins were still sleeping, their little blonde faces tranquil and relaxed. Claire felt immense relief flood her. They were okay. They were safe. She got up slowly, trying not to make a sound, and walked to the crib. Emma and Lily slept side by side, their small hands intertwined. Claire smiled, feeling her eyes fill with tears. It was the first time in weeks that they had slept all night, without waking up crying from hunger or cold. Claire looked around the room. The morning light revealed details she hadn't noticed the night before. The room was simple, but it had everything she needed. There was even a comfortable chair in the corner, perfect for sitting and nursing the babies. She walked to the window and looked out. The city was covered in snow, and the sun made everything sparkle. It was Christmas. She had completely forgotten. Claire sighed and returned to the bed, sitting on the edge. She didn't know what to do. Ryan had said it was only for one night. That meant she would have to leave today, go back to the streets, go back to the cold. The thought made her feel a pang in her chest, but she had no choice. She couldn't abuse a stranger's kindness. The babies started stirring, and Claire went to the crib. Lily opened her light eyes first, looking around curiously. Then Emma woke up too, and the two started making soft, cooing sounds. "Good morning, my darlings," Claire whispered. picking them up one at a time. Let's change these diapers, okay? She looked around searching for diapers, but didn't see any. The only ones she had were in the old bag she had left next to the carriage. Claire carefully placed the babies back in the crib and left the room. The apartment was silent. Claire walked down the hall, trying not to make a sound. She found her bag next to the carriage, exactly where she had left it. She took the last 2 diapers she had and returned to the room. After changing the girls, Claire realized they were hungry. She had no formula, and her milk had dried up days ago. Her own stomach was rumbling too. She didn't want to ask Ryan for anything else, but the babies needed to eat. Claire took a deep breath and left the room with the twins in her arms. She walked to the living room, but didn't see Ryan anywhere. Then she heard sounds coming from the kitchen. She walked there and found Ryan making coffee. He was dressed casually, in a grey t-shirt and sweatpants. When he saw her, he nodded in greeting. Morning. Good morning, Claire replied, her voice low. Sorry to bother you, but the girls are hungry. I don't have formulas and I bought some, Ryan said, pointing to the counter. Claire looked and saw 2 cans of infant formula, still sealed. She felt her eyes fill with tears again. Thank you. I'll pay you back. Somehow. Ryan just nodded and returned to making coffee. Claire prepared the bottles with shaky hands, still processing his kindness. When she finished, she sat on the couch and began feeding the babies. Ryan appeared a few minutes later with 2 cups of coffee. He placed one on the side table next to Claire and sat in the armchair with the other. They sat in silence for a few minutes, with only the sound of the babies feeding filling the room. Claire took a sip of the coffee and felt the warm liquid go down her throat. It was good, strong, but good. You need to eat too, Ryan said, breaking the silence. I'll make eggs. Do you eat eggs? Claire nodded, speechless. She couldn't understand why he was being so kind. Ryan went back to the kitchen, and Claire continued feeding the girls. When they finished, she put them in the carriage and went to the kitchen. Ryan was frying eggs, and there was toast in the toaster. Can I help? Claire asked. You can sit down. It's almost ready. Claire hesitated, but obeyed. She sat at the table and watched Ryan cook. He moved around the kitchen efficiently, like someone used to doing things alone. When the food was ready, Ryan placed a plate in front of her. There were scrambled eggs, toast, and even some fruit. Claire ate slowly, savoring every bite. It had been so long since she had eaten a real meal. Ryan sat across from her with his own plate, but barely touched his food. He just watched her eat. Thank you, Claire said again, after a few minutes. For everything. For the food, for the place to sleep, for the formula. I don't know how to thank you, Ryan shrugged. You don't need to thank me. They sat in silence for a few more minutes. Then Ryan spoke again, his voice low. You don't have to leave today if you have nowhere to go. Claire looked up at him, surprised. But you said it was only for one night. I know what I said, but it's Christmas and it's cold outside. You can stay a few more days until you get organized. Claire felt a knot in her throat. She wanted to accept, but at the same time she was afraid. Afraid of getting used to it. Afraid of having expectations, afraid that this would end and she would go back to the streets. I can't abuse your kindness, she said softly. It's not abuse. I'm offering. Claire looked at him, trying to understand his intentions, but all she saw in his eyes was sincerity. Why are you doing this? She asked. You don't know me. You don't know anything about me. Ryan was silent for a moment, looking at the cup of coffee in his hands. Then tell me. Claire hesitated. She didn't like talking about the past, about everything she had lost, but there was something about Ryan that made her feel she could trust him. A year ago, I had a normal life, she began, her voice low. I was married. We had a small house but it was ours. We had been trying to have a baby for some time, and when I finally got pregnant, we found out they were twins. It was the best news of our lives. She paused, feeling the tears threatening to fall. My husband was so happy. He started planning everything. He painted the girls' room, bought cribs, little clothes. He could hardly wait to meet them. Claire took a deep breath, trying to maintain her composure, but he never had the chance. There was an accident at work. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. He died instantly. I was 4 months pregnant. Ryan didn't say anything, just listened. After he died, I found out we had debts. A lot of debts. I didn't know. He never told me. I tried to pay, but it was too much, and I was pregnant. I couldn't work. I lost the house 3 weeks ago. I was evicted. Claire wiped the tears that began to fall. I don't have any family. My parents died when I was a teenager, and I grew up in foster homes. My husband didn't have family either. I tried asking for help, but the shelters were full, so no one wanted a pregnant woman with twins. And then they were born, and it got even harder. She looked at Ryan, her eyes full of tears. I tried. I swear I tried. I looked for a job. I looked. For help. I looked for anything, but no one gave me a chance. And then I ended up on the streets, trying to survive.
Fluffy, chocolatey, and packed with protein. What the puff? New peanut butter cup Built Puff.
There are so many electricity plans. Where do I find the best price? Easy. Check with me. Lowest price.
Your call has been forwarded.